Rich guy plus daily life plus close to reality plus campus belle plus multiple female leads plus flirting. Ding. Detected that the host is breaking up with his gold-digging girlfriend. Option 1, use all your skills to win her back, reward, titanium lick dog nameplate. Option 2, splash the soy milk in her face, reward, Pagani Wind of the Sun car. Huh. I'm a lick dog. System, you've got the wrong person. I choose Pagani. Chapter 1, starting with the reward of a Pagani Huayra Roadster. In the magical city of Modu, on a rainy day, outside Modu University of Finance and Economics, in a traditional Chinese fast food shop called Soy Milk King, a man in a black t-shirt was sitting on a plastic stool, lost in thought. Lin Qinshu was a junior at university. He came here because his girlfriend, He, had ignored him for a month. She wouldn't reply to his texts, and when she picked up his calls, it was always cold and distant, with a few words, "What's up?" "Nothing." "Hang up." Lin Qinshu had a childhood sweetheart, He. They had known each other since middle school, became familiar in high school, and finally confirmed their relationship when they entered university. He got into Modu University of Finance and Economics, while Lin Qinshu went to Modu University of Transportation. Why didn't they attend the same university? It was He's decision. She told Lin Qinshu that distance makes the heart grow fonder, and he believed her. Now, heartbroken, Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered a saying, though he wasn't sure who said it: when a woman's focus and attention are no longer on you, you can feel it. Lin Qinshu felt deeply about these words now, but he wasn't the type to coldly ignore things. So, he took an hour-long bus ride to her school, hoping to meet her and clear things up in person. An hour had passed since their phone call, and he still hadn't come out. Lin Qinshu's heart grew more chaotic, and he even began to feel physical pain. Ding. Detected that their host is heartbroken over a breakup with a gold-digging girlfriend. Ding. Binding system, activating. Ding. Binding complete. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Mentality, 6. Charisma, 6. Attributes for ordinary people max out at 10. The host's values are normal for an average person. What the heck? System binding? Lin Qinshu had read novels, and usually, system bindings were for those who were either rejected by their crushes or heartbroken after being dumped, the so-called destined lick dogs or backup guys, right? Why would it be binding him? According to the system novels he'd read, he probably met the conditions for a breakup. Or maybe the system thought he was a lick dog. This is a misunderstanding. System, come out. Let me explain, I'm not a lick dog. Lin Qinshu cried out inwardly, but the system didn't respond. And what was up with these attributes? Was there a mistake? He was a basketball star at his school, sure, he might have just barely passed the physical test, but he was still better than a lot of people. He had often fantasized about taking on multiple opponents at once, but now, it seemed all his dreams were just that, dreams. Just as Lin Qinshu was still calling out to the system, a girl with long hair entered through the door, wearing an oversized windbreaker. Lin Qinshu's expression shifted when he saw the windbreaker. It was clearly a man's jacket. He was boldly wearing it, and her intention was obvious. What do you want? He coldly asked as she sat down. Lin Qinshu's expression grew complicated. He picked up a bag next to him and placed it on the table. Xiao Yi, this is honey from my hometown. It's good for skincare. I brought it to you. He glanced at it, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Got it. Anything else? Lin Qinshu opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. He had come here to figure out what he really wanted. If she didn't love him, they should break up, but seeing her in person now, he couldn't find the words. Seeing his hesitation, he scoffed. Look at you. I thought you were finally going to be brave and come to break up with me. Since you won't say it, I will. Let us break up. Lin Qinshu looked at her with a sad expression. Why? Why? What did you think I was with you for? Was it because of the silver necklace you gave me last year for my birthday? Or because you make me pay when we go out and book a hotel? Lin Qinshu, let me tell you the truth, when we got together, it was because your parents did business outside. They weren't rich, but they were at least well off. But now, your parents are back home farming, and your living allowance isn't even as much as mine. What can you give me in the future? His frantic words hit him like a hammer. Lin Qinshu opened his mouth, but couldn't he find anything to say. The two people who had once been in love had now been defeated by reality. Lin Qinshu thought they were in love. Ding! Detected that their host is breaking up with a gold-digging girlfriend. Option 1, use all your skills to win her back, reward, titanium lick dog nameplate. Option 2, splash the soy milk in her face and take back the honey, reward, Pagani Wind roadster. Lin Qinshu was stunned. Lick dog nameplate. Titanium. The system is really messing with him. Does it think he'll back down just because of a nameplate? He chose the second option. Why bother begging a woman who looks at him with cold eyes? Why not pick the luxury car instead? It's a Pagani Wind worth 25 million. Although he, a poor guy, had never seen a real one, he'd heard about it in those rich guy novels. Since the system said he was a gold digger, maybe once he had a luxury car, she would come back to him. System, their host's path as a lick dog is moving farther away. He saw that Lin Qinshu had been silent for a long time and thought he couldn't accept the reality. Her eyes were filled with disdain. There are a lot of people chasing me at school now. Do you see this jacket? Just now, a rich second-generation senior covered me with it because he was worried about me getting wet. He's just one of my backup guys. All my backups are rich second-generation guys. What right do you have to be my boyfriend? What makes you worthy of occupying my primary position? Lin Qinshu snapped out of his daze, a self-deprecating smile spreading on his face. Primary position. He thought of herself as an empress. Without another word, he grabbed the soy milk on the table and splashed it in her face, then grabbed the honey and walked toward the door. I owe you nothing. It's all in this cup of soy milk. From now on, we're strangers. No need for any more interactions. He wiped the soy milk off her face, her expression cold. She was furious for a moment when she was splashed, but quickly suppressed it. Rather than let Lin Qinshu cling to her, she thought, it didn't matter if he splashed her again. If it got rid of this clingy guy, even 2 more cups wouldn't be a problem. Who knows, maybe the backup guys would rush to flatter her more when they saw her drenched. Ding! Congratulations to their host for completing the soy milk splash and honey retrieval task. You've earned a Pagani Wind roadster. The reward has been placed outside the shop in a reasonable location, and the key is in the host's pocket. Lin Qinshu felt his pocket. Sure enough, there was a key there. As soon as he walked out of the soy milk king shop, he saw the Pagani Wind parked by the roadside. All the other cars around it seemed to fade into the background. Chapter 2, The Campus Beauty, Chen Shanshan. However, there was an unexpected twist. A beautiful girl dressed in a bright red pleated skirt, a white blouse, and with long, slightly curled hair that currently covered her face, was standing next to the Pagani Wind. From her figure and attire, it was clear that she was a stunning beauty. On the ground next to the Pagani, a shared bicycle lay fallen. It seemed that this beautiful girl had scratched Lin Qinshu's car while riding the shared bike. Lin Qinshu was speechless. He had just seen his new car and now it had been scratched. With a deep sigh, he walked over to inspect the damage. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score of over 90 points. Name, Chen Shanshan. Attractiveness, 93. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Bust, 34 c. Affection, 0. Ding! If affection reaches 90 points, the target will remain devoted to their host. Lin Qinshu paused in his tracks. He couldn't believe it. A 93-point beauty. Although he wasn't sure how the system rated beauty, the fact that it issued a notification meant she was indeed top tier, right? And the affection meter, it seemed to be a progress bar for winning her heart. Ding! Detected that a beauty with over 90 points has scratched their host's car. Option 1, demand compensation and use underhanded methods to force the beauty to submit to you. Reward, a box of super-powered Viagra. Option 2, do not demand compensation and offer to send Chen Shanshan to her interview. Reward, a luxury mansion worth 500 million yuan. This was an easy choice. A 500 million yuan mansion or a beautiful girl plus a box of Viagra. The mansion was a no-brainer. With the mansion, who would have to worry about attracting women in the future? And that Viagra, well, he was young, he didn't need it at all. Lin Qinshu approached the car, revealing a smile he thought was charming. Hey, beautiful, do you need any help? Chen Shanshan looked up at him briefly but ignored him, thinking Lin Qinshou was just trying to hit on her. She didn't have time for small talk. She had just scratched someone's car, there was no phone number left on the vehicle, and she was in a rush to attend an interview. It was a critical second-round interview she had fought hard to get into. If she missed it, it would be considered a forfeit. As the rain had stopped, more people began gathering around the school gate. When they saw the Pagani Wind, they started approaching to take a closer look. Wow! Which rich person drove this car to our school? This is a Pagani Wind. Is it just a sports car? Now domestic electric cars are also making sports cars. Soon, sports cars will be everywhere. You fool, this Pagani Wind costs 25 million. Don't compare it to those domestic electric sports cars. Seriously? 25 million. But it's not surprising, this is Magic City, and there are plenty of rich second-generation kids driving luxury cars to school. I wonder which rich second-gen owns it. Maybe I'll have a chance to get to know him later. A woman with heavy makeup confidently flicked her hair over her shoulder. Isn't he that our school's so-called plain campus beauty, Chen Shanshan? Why is she standing next to that car? Didn't they say she doesn't care about money and that rich second-generation guys are after her, but she doesn't even look at them? TCH. I always said she was a slut, and it looks like I was right. She's just acting superior. Maybe those rich second gens aren't up to her standards. A few 100,000 for car versus tens of millions, it's all about status. Look at the shared bike lying next to the sports car. Maybe it's part of the campus beauty scheme. You know how idol dramas are always like this. The surrounding discussions reached Chen Shanshan's ears, making her freeze in place. 25 million. She couldn't even afford 2,500 yuan, and now she was at a loss for what to do. Lin Qinshou, seeing that she wasn't responding, scratched his head awkwardly and pressed the unlock button on the car key. If you don't need any help, could you please move aside? I'm leaving. Shocked. Frozen. Everyone stared at the seemingly ordinary guy in front of them, who had just pulled out the key to the Pagani Wind. What the hell? I thought this loser was just trying to hit on her, but he's the owner of the car. No way. The clothes he's wearing cost 30 yuan, how could he afford such an expensive car? Don't ask me how I know, I have an identical one. Rich people's preferences aren't measured by money. If someone is wearing flashy clothes, it just means they are probably pretending to be rich. How do you know so much? Are you a rich person? I'm not, but my aunt's neighbor's son is really rich. Yeah, right. People around them gave him the finger. Chen Shanshan started to panic. Oh, sorry, I scratched your car. How much do I owe you? I can't pay right now, but I'll definitely pay you back once I have the money. Lin Qinshou walked around to inspect the car. There was indeed a white scratch. Do you know how much this car costs? This scratch alone could cost hundreds of thousands to fix. Lin Qinshou said indifferently. Although he wasn't sure about the exact price, he'd seen enough luxury car news on Douyin TikTok to know that even a small scratch on a luxury car could cost a small fortune to repair. Chen Shanshan's face turned pale instantly, and she stammered, I don't have that much money. I'm not trying to scam you. How about this? Do you have any relatives or friends in the car repair business? You can call them and ask. Lin Qinshou wasn't in a rush to make demands. He understood now that sometimes it's best to let things happen naturally. He wasn't going to make himself seem like a simp by offering to send her to the interview immediately. Lin Qinshou hadn't realized it yet, but ever since the system had bound to him, he'd grown more tactful in these situations. Chen Shanshan actually had an uncle who worked in auto repair, and he lived in Magic City. When she first came to school, her father had taken her out for a meal with him, and they had exchanged phone numbers. However, they hadn't been in touch for the past few years since her uncle wasn't particularly fond of their poor relatives. Uncle, it's me, Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan called her uncle. On the other end of the line, the sound of a grinding machine echoed loudly. Shanshan. Haven't seen you in years. How come you haven't come by to eat at my place? Sorry, uncle, I'll find time to visit you. I need to ask you something now. Chen Shanshan's expression was a little awkward. It wasn't her style to contact someone like this, and if the situation weren't so urgent, she wouldn't want to bother him. Oh? What's the matter, tell me. Uncle, I scratched someone's car while riding my bike. There's a scratch that's about 10 centimeters long. Her uncle paused for a moment, clearly not expecting this. Is it a deep scratch? If it's not that deep, it's only a few hundred for a new coat of paint. For a nicer car, it might cost around 1,000. Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up. If it was only a few hundred or 1,000, she could probably borrow the money to fix it. But this is a sports car. Her uncle went silent for a moment. A sports car? That's more complicated. What brand is it? If it's a high-end one, it could cost tens of thousands to fix. Chapter 3, Are you overestimating yourself? Lin Qinshu, sitting in their Pagani Wind sun, noticed Chen Shanshan glancing at him with an inquiring look. This car is called a Pagani Wind sun, I think. Beep beep beep. The phone was abruptly hung up. Chen Shanshan immediately understood the severity of the situation. The car was far more expensive and powerful than she'd imagined. Her uncle had clearly hung up because he didn't want to get involved. So, what did he say? Did you get an answer? Lin Qinshu asked with a smile. Chen Shanshan, looking pale, said, I'm sorry. I will definitely pay for the damages, but I don't have the money right now. Can I pay you back once I earn it? Lin Qinshu shook his head. You look so anxious. Are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Yes. I have an interview to get to. If I pass, I'll be able to earn the money to pay you back, Chen Shanshan said hurriedly, thinking he wasn't willing to wait. She quickly explained that she had an interview and would be able to repay him soon. Lin Qinshu smiled. All right, here's the deal. If you promise me one thing, I won't ask you for the payment. Chen Shanshan immediately became alert. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability toward the host decreased by 10. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability toward the host decreased by 10. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability toward the host is now 20. Damn. After all that build-up, her favorability toward him still dropped. But right now, his priority was to get the reward from the task. This student, Chen Shanshan began, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. If you have any improper intentions toward me, I advise you to give up. I'll call the police right now. Lin Qinshu sneered. What kind of person do you think I am? I haven't said anything yet, and you're already assuming I have bad intentions. Do you think too highly of yourself? Chen Shanshan's face alternated between pale and flushed red. My condition is simple, if you ride in my car, I'll take you to the company for your interview. I won't hold you responsible for the damages. Besides, there are so many people around, and some are even recording videos. If I try to deceive you and have ulterior motives, it would be the end of me, right? I'm not someone who likes to make a scene, and with so many people here, it's uncomfortable. Let us walk and discuss how to deal with this, shall we? At that moment, Chen Shanshan noticed that a crowd had gathered around, and many people were recording her with their phones. Lin Qinshu took out his car key and pressed the unlock button. The doors opened like wings. Not wanting to stay in the crowd any longer, Chen Shanshan quickly climbed into the car. Lin Qinshu stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani Wind sun roared to life, speeding away. As they got in the car, he had just come out of the soy milk shop and witnessed the scene in shock. She thought to herself, how could that loser, Lin Qinshu, have a sports car? He must be rented it, and even that woman is probably rented too. HMPH. A loser is still a loser, and just because he is pretending to be rich doesn't mean I'll think any better of him. He snorted and walked toward the school. She hadn't seen the woman clearly, but if she had realized it was Chen Shanshan, she wouldn't have thought the car was rented. He and Lin Qinshu were both from rural backgrounds. Lin Qinshu's parents had been running a business in the city, and they were considered well off in their village. However, a couple of years ago, they stopped their business and returned to farming. The villagers started gossiping and mocking them, saying that Lin Qinshu's parents had gone bankrupt and had to return home to escape their debts. This was Lin Qinshu's first time driving a sports car. His family used to own a Toyota sedan, which was manual transmission, and he had cherished that car. The feeling of gripping the steering wheel with one hand while cruising on the road was amazing. He suddenly remembered something he had seen online. The way I drive a Ferrari with one hand is so cool. Although Lin Qinshu wasn't driving a Ferrari, this car was more expensive than most Ferraris. Lin Qinshu and Chen Shanshan sat in silence in the car. Chen Shanshan was still wondering how she had ended up getting in the car. What if Lin Qinshu took her to a deserted place and tried to take advantage of her? Should she report him to the police? Finally, Lin Qinshu broke the silence. Where is your interview? You'll have to tell me the address. Chen Shanshan came to her senses and took out her phone to start navigating. But the GPS seemed a bit off, directing them into a narrow alleyway that was only wide enough for 2 or 3 people. The car definitely couldn't fit through. Lin Qinshu took her phone and glanced at the destination, which was the Lujiazhu branch of the Magic City Bank. He switched the navigation settings from walking to driving, and it finally pointed them in the right direction. After they arrived, Chen Shanshan got out of the car. Lin Qinshu didn't say a word and just drove off. With a favorability of 20, even if she was beautiful, he wasn't in the mood to engage with her any further. As Chen Shanshan stood there, she suddenly felt embarrassed. It was only then that she truly realized Lin Qinshu had indeed taken her to the interview. She had thought he had bad intentions the whole time, and now she felt she had misunderstood him. Lin Qinshu, on the other hand, was in a hurry to leave because he realized the car was low on fuel, and he had no money to refuel it. No one would believe it if they were told that a person driving a car worth tens of millions couldn't even afford to refuel it. My memories are of talking without reservation, and dreaming together. Lin Qinshu's phone rang. It was the ringtone he had set after his Cold War with He, which perfectly matched his feelings at the time. He picked up the phone and saw it was a Magic City number. Hello, this is Li Qing from the sales office of Yunlu Mountain Villa. Your Sky Duplex mansion is ready for delivery. When would it be convenient for you to come and collect it? Lin Qinshu paused. He remembered the task with Chen Shanshan and thought that he should received a system notification when completing the task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of taking Chen Shanshan to her interview. You have received a reward, a mansion at Yunlu Mountain Villa worth 500 million. It seemed there was a delay, and the system had postponed the notification. Ding! The system will issue rewards immediately after a task is completed. The notification will appear at an appropriate moment and is not a system delay. Now he understood, but he didn't want to collect the mansion just yet. What if there were hidden costs like property management fees? He couldn't afford those either. Miss Li, I don't have time to come over right now. I'll come by when I find the time, Lin Qinshu replied. Although he had the system, he still hadn't fully figured out its functions. He had already been rewarded with a luxury car and mansion, so he assumed money would be coming soon. All right, Mr. Lin. We'll be waiting for your visit, Li Qing replied before hanging up. Lin Qinshu drove the car to the underground garage of the International Financial Center. This garage had many luxury cars, and the property management was excellent. He felt safe leaving the car there, though the parking fees were a bit high. Right now, he couldn't afford to care much about it. Chapter 4: The Unusual Roommates. Currently, if he drove his luxury car to school, it would definitely cause a stir. It wasn't that he didn't want that attention, he simply didn't have enough gas to make it back to campus. This system wasn't following the usual protocol. Most systems provide money first, but this one gave him a luxury car and a mansion instead. A few $1,000 for gas would been nice. Lin Qinshu took the bus back to Shanghai Traffic University, his last bit of cash already spent on soy milk at the diner. Now, he would have to survive on the 50 yuan left on his campus card. His bank account? A mere 3 yuan. Which self-proclaimed millionaire is ever this broke? Although the bus took longer, it was a direct route. The subway was faster but more complicated and cost a bit more. Back at the dorm, his 3 roommates were deep into a trio match in honor of kings. His dorm was infamous on campus as the ultimate dorm because everyone's name was so memorable: Fan Jinxiang, Xia Liu, Li Wuqi, and Lin Qinshu. Each name had its own unique sound. Yo, Beast is back. Hurry up and update, and get online. It's a new season, we need to be at full force. Bottom feeder has a date, so let SQ as a trio, Li Wuqi said, glancing up and motioning him over. Blunt as always, he seemed to have forgotten Lin had just broken up with his girlfriend. The other two took a good look at Lin, realizing he didn't seem heartbroken at all. In fact, there was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. Beast, did you not break up after all? It's clear that she didn't want you. That silent treatment was just her way of pushing you to break things off, Fan Jinqiang said, frowning. Xie Liu, whose game character had just died, looked up from his phone. Don't tell me you went back begging? All three often teased Lin about being a simp. Only Lin never admitted it, refusing to believe he was one. Knock it off. We broke up, all right. I just happened to encounter something exciting afterward, Lin said, giving Xie Liu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Bottom feeder, you're back up. Let us go, last wave. Li Wuqi urged. Hearing Lin's confirmation, the other two visibly relaxed. They didn't know he personally, but Lin was a tall, strong guy, respectful to everyone, and yet with her, he was always so submissive, especially during calls or video chats. Xie Liu picked up his phone again and continued playing. Cheer up. Later, I'm taking Yang Yang out for dinner. I'll find you a new girlfriend soon. There are plenty of fish in the sea, and we both know she wasn't anything special anyway. Sure, she's got looks, but there are loads of beautiful girls here at school. Lin just chuckled, not responding, and grabbed his clothes to take a shower. He'd gotten a bit wet walking back, so a hot shower was just what he needed. Under the warm spray, Lin felt his mind clear as he recalled his relationship with He. Now that he was seeing things as a bystander, it was clear she hadn't loved him as much as he'd imagined. She had likely chosen him out of loneliness. Despite his calm demeanor earlier, he felt hurt. But with things as they were, only time could heal that wound. When he got the system, he thought about how to win her back. But after she said those things when he poured soy milk on her, he realized she felt nothing for him at all. She didn't even yell at him, just worried he'd continue clinging. After his shower, he found only Li Wuqi and Fan Jinqiang left in the dorm. Xie Liu had gone out on his date. Hey, now there are 3 single guys in the dorm again. Welcome back to the single life. Li Wuqi teased. Lin shrugged and smiled, I've had enough of being tied down. You won't get how refreshing this change feels. Li Wuqi flipped him the finger. Hurry up and log on. We're waiting for you. I'm not playing tonight. I've been running around all day and need some rest. Get me a duck leg rice for dinner, will you? My meal card is on the desk. Lin climbed into bed, pulled out his phone, and began scrolling through social media. He stumbled across He's latest post, thanks to Senior Zheng for lending me his jacket. Didn't he catch a cold in the rain because of it? The photo she posted showed her wearing the jacket from earlier that day, striking a peace sign. Lin swiped past it and put his phone aside. System, open panel. Host, Lin Qinsho. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Mentality, 6. Charm, 6. Ordinary humans have a maximum of 10 in each attribute. Their hostess values are normal for an average person. Vehicle, Pagani Wind. Mansion, Yunlu Estate. So now he had both a luxury car and a mansion. In a single day, he'd achieved what most people work a lifetime to attain. He mused over how the system's selection tasks were triggered, suspecting he'd need to be out and about to activate them. Judging by the task involving Chen Shanshan, it seemed that beautiful women scored over 90% could trigger missions. It looked like he'd need to get out more often. He decided he'd take a nap before going out to explore. A while later, Fan Jinqiang shook him awake. They brought dinner back. Bottom feeder invited us to his girlfriend Yang Yang's birthday party at the bar tonight. Both dorms are going, Li Wuqi said, walking in from their hall. Lin was about to decline but reconsidered. He'd planned on going out anyway, so why not join the guys for a bit? And with money, there was no issue. Xie Liu came from a wealthy family and was generous with his friends. Their first trip to a bar had been on him. The 3 of them quickly freshened up and left. It was still early, so they decided to walk. The bar Xie Liu mentioned was only 2 blocks from campus, not too far, not too close either. Most students from modest backgrounds found taking taxis costly. Senior. A lively voice called from behind Lin. Hearing this sweet voice, every guy at the crowded campus gate turned to look. A girl full of youthful energy came running toward Lin. She had a faint floral scent, big eyes with small dimples, and stood at about 5 for creating the perfect height difference as she looked up at Lin. She wore a black pleated skirt with a white t-shirt, and the way she bounced as she ran made his gaze follow with each step. Chapter 5, Ye Mengxi. Ding. Detected a beauty with a score over 90 in appearance. Name, Ye Mengxi. Appearance, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160 centimeters. Measurements, 36D. Affection, 85. Meng, have you had dinner? Lin Qinshu was surprised by how high Ye Mengxi's affection level was for him, just 5 points shy of reaching the inseparable threshold. And Ye Mengxi's beauty was rated above 90 by the system, making her one of the top-tier beauties. However, Lin's question left everyone around him speechless. It was almost time for late-night snacks, yet he was asking if someone had eaten dinner. It was as if there was nothing else to talk about. I've eaten, senior. Where are you all heading? The school gate is about to close soon. Ye Mengxi asked playfully. The school gate closed at 10:30 p.m., and anyone arriving after that would be locked out. It was almost 10 p.m. now, and Lin and his friends were heading out with no intention of returning to the dorms for the night. Oh, Summer Senior is throwing a birthday party for his girlfriend and invited us for some socializing. Lin answered honestly. Xie Liu had already booked a room for the night, and they planned to party until the early hours. Since they didn't have class until the afternoon, they only needed to return before 10 a.m. Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in Ye Mengxi's eyes, though she still wore a playful smile. Be careful, senior. Don't let things go wrong with the socializing. If your girlfriend finds out, you won't be able to walk away easily. Lin Qinshu waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine, we've broken up. I'm single now, no worries about socializing problems. Ye Mengxi's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. Beast, this girl's face is unfamiliar. How come you never mentioned her before? Li Wuqi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming green with interest, like a hungry wolf. Lin Qinshu looked at Li Wuqi's disgusting expression in disdain before introducing her. This is Ye Mengxi, a freshman I met when I first joined the school. These two are my roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinqiang. But when Ye Mengxi heard their names, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I almost forgot. Senior, you're from the ultimate dorm of our school. Ye Mengxi's laughter made Li Wuqi blush with embarrassment, but he quickly recovered. Ye Mengxi. Isn't that the name of the new campus beauty? Li Wuqi stared at Lin Qinshu in shock. He never expected that the self-proclaimed simp Lin would know the new campus beauty. With such connections, how could he still be a simp? The new campus beauty? Lin Qinshu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Since he'd been focused on his relationship with he hadn't paid attention to campus gossip, nor did he notice any other girls. Li Wuqi, on the other hand, spent a lot of time on the campus forum and was well informed about these things. He rattled off the names and details of all the campus beauties. Ye Mengxi, first-year student from the media department, has a cute and delicate face and an impressive figure. She received unanimous votes from the entire freshman class and was crowned the new campus beauty. She is often seen alongside Su Weiwei, Shen Yu, and Qin Roland as part of the for campus beauties of Shanghai Traffic University. However, Qin Roland is already off campus for an internship, so now there are only 3 left on campus. Li Wuqi pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked like he was reading a legendary tale. Lin Qinshu was stunned. He didn't expect that the so-called campus beauties were actually 4 in total. So, what kind of campus beauty was this? Li Wuqi seemed to sense Lin's skepticism and continued, the for campus beauties were all voted based on their looks and figures, and they each have their unique appeal. This is officially recognized by our university. Oh, no. It's all just the students' kindness. Ye Mengxi smiled and shook her head, neither overly happy nor upset. Ye Mengxi quickly changed the topic. Senior, are you free tomorrow? An MCN company invited me for an interview in the afternoon, but my friends are all busy, and I'm not familiar with Shanghai. If you're free, could you accompany me? Afterward, I'll treat you to dinner. Ye Mengxi said with a playful wink and stuck out her tongue. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score over 90 is requesting the host's presence. Option 1, reject her request and disappoint her. Reward, 1 million yuan. Option 2, agree to her request and accompany Ye Mengxi to the interview. Reward, 500,000 yuan plus 1 attribute point. A task popped up. It really was true, only by going out and encountering beautiful women could a task be triggered. Staying in the dorm was as useless as having no system at all. Finally, cash rewards. 1 million for rejecting her, or 500,000 for agreeing. The minion seemed more worthwhile since all he had to do was reject her to get it. But who was Lin Qinshu? How could he harm a girl's feelings over a mere 500,000 yuan? He chose the second option. It wasn't he that Lin didn't want the minion, it was because the 500,000 included an attribute point, which was much more valuable. It was added directly to his attributes. For ordinary people, their maximum attribute value was 10, and Lin had just barely reached a score of 6. With the system, the 500,000 was easy to obtain, but attribute points were a different story. Some attributes might never be increased in a lifetime. I have class in the morning, but I'm free in the afternoon. I'll go with you. Lin Qinshu agreed immediately. Ye Mengxi's eyes sparkled with joy, and she quickly said, "Thank you, senior. I'll see you tomorrow." After Ye Mengxi happily left, Li Wuqi let out an exclamation. "What the hell? Beast, you actually know the campus beauty? And she's inviting you to go out with her. Damn, I'm a handsome and dashing guy, but I can't compare to a simp like you." Fan Jinqiang also glared at Lin Qinshu. He wasn't good with words, but his thoughts were the same as Li Wuqi's. Lin Qinshu slapped Li Wuqi on the back of his head. "You dumb dog, who are you calling a simp? Let us go, Xia Liu's probably getting impatient waiting for us." Li Wuqi and Fan Jinqiang quickly followed Lin Qinshu, though their eyes were still full of envy. The trio soon arrived at the bar Xia Liu mentioned. There was a crowd gathered in front of the entrance, seemingly arguing about something. The three of them were about to ignore the commotion and head inside when they heard Xia Liu's angry voice. "Apologize to Yang Yang and her friends right now, or don't blame me for not being polite." Lin Qinshu and the others hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. They saw Xia Liu standing next to four young women, facing off against a skinny guy with yellow hair. The yellow-haired guy's face was flushed, and he was swaying slightly, clearly drunk. Chapter 6 Snowbar. They are just a few bitches. Do they deserve it if I apologize to them? Burp. The yellow-haired man burped after he said that. A smell of alcohol wafted out of his mouth. The girls around Xia Liu frowned and covered their noses. "Old Xia, what's going on?" Lin Qinshu and the other two finally squeezed in. In today's society, there is never a shortage of people watching the fun, and the three of them were stared at a lot in the process of squeezing in. When Xia Liu saw the three of them coming, he suddenly felt more confident. Although the other party only had one person, he was surrounded by women just now. Now that they have 4 men, it will be easy to deal with a drunkard. Xia Liu told them about the conflict. It turned out that after the drunk came out of the bar, he saw the 4 girls around Xia Liu and offered 10,000 yuan to each of them to accompany him tonight. Whoever performed well would get an extra 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Xia Liu was about to rush up and beat up Wang Mao, but was stopped by his girlfriend Yang Yang. Then there was this scene, demanding an apology from the other party. Upon hearing this, Li Wuqi excitedly ran to Wang Mao and slapped him on the back of his head. "You are the one being a hooligan here, right? Apologize quickly, otherwise, I will let you see why the flowers are so red." The drunken man who was slapped by Li Wuqi suddenly sobered up a lot, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you know who I am?" Li Wuqi saw him sneer and got angry immediately. "I don't care who you are. Apologize quickly." Suddenly, 7 or 8 people walked out of the bar and shouted to the yellow-haired man, "Mr. Li, how come you disappeared in the blink of an eye? I thought you left." When Xia Liu, Li Wuqi and others saw so many people coming out of the bar, their faces suddenly changed. Li Wuqi also slowly retreated to the side of Lin Qinshu and others. After the yellow-haired man had a word with the guy who came out of the bar, the leader of the other party came forward with a hint of sarcasm on his face. "You dare to fight young Master Li, it seems you don't want to stay in the Magic City anymore. I'll give you one chance, let those 4 bitches accompany young Master Li for 1 night, and you 4 men will crawl through my crotch, and this matter will be exposed." Li Wuqi's face turned red and he shouted angrily, "You were the one who made the mistake first, and you still dare to say such nonsense." Fan Jinqiang also stepped forward. He was the most muscular of the 4. When he stood next to Li Wuqi immediately felt more confident. The man next to Wang Mao sneered and said, "It's useless even if I give you a chance." After saying that, he clapped his hands twice. The people who came out with him surrounded him, and even the security guards of the bar followed behind them. This scene made Lin Qinshu and others realize that Wang Mao's identity was not simple. Even the security guards of the bar chose to stand on their side without hesitation. The bar Xia Liu brought them to was called Piaoxue. Although it was not the best bar in the Magic City, it had its own peculiarities. Rumor has it that the owner of this bar is a woman named Piaoxue. According to rumors, this woman is a very beautiful woman. So even if the bar is not particularly high-end, there will be many rich second generations coming to consume, just to catch a glimpse of Piaoxue's beauty. Moreover, for a beautiful woman to run a bar in this magical city and still be able to keep herself out of trouble shows that she is a very resourceful person. Ding! It is detected that their host is in danger of being beaten. Choice 1, stand up and fight back, regardless of success or failure, to show your dignity. Reward, +1 strength attribute point, ownership of Piaoxue bar. Choice 2, admit being a coward, ask the other party to let you go, agree to the other party's request, and crawl through the crotch. Reward, 200,000 yuan in cash and a titanium nameplate for being a coward. When Lin Qinshu heard this task, he was shocked. Here it comes, the selection task has finally been triggered again. It seems that it is not only triggered by encountering beautiful women. Even encountering some things can trigger the selection. However, the system always comes up with a titanium alloy nameplate, which is really a bit too insulting. Damn. System, that's enough. How can I, Lin Qinshu, a 7-foot-tall man, crawl into someone's crotch and beg for mercy? Let's fight. Lin Qinshu roared in his heart, and walked in front of Xie Liu and others with heavy steps. It was obvious that 4 against 10 could not win, but the other side had drunk alcohol, and the 4 of them on his side were young and strong, so they could still give it a try. Option 1 is to get all attribute points plus ownership of the bar in front of you, option 2 is 200,000 in cash. For Lin Qinshu, even though he has the system, he still has to flatter others to get 200,000, which is something he can never do. He didn't even reply to the system and made the decision of option 1 without hesitation. The person next to Wang Mao sneered and ordered the people behind him, if you don't accept my toast, I'll drink a penalty. If you are man, break his limbs. If you are woman, send her to young Master Li. More than a dozen people around, plus the security guards from Piaoxue bar, immediately surrounded them. Ding! Their host is very brave, choosing to confront the evil forces. As their host of this system, their host is humiliated just like the system is humiliated. Their host is now rewarded with IP man's possession for 1 hour. Please vent the power in your body. Lin Qinshu suddenly felt a lot of information about Wing Chun flooding into his brain, and his body muscles instantly became solid. Lin Qinshu took a step forward and stretched out his hand to push Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang back. Stand back a little, let me do it, these little karami guys. Lin Qinshu stretched out his finger and hooked the other party, I want to fight 10 of them. There were exactly 10 people on the opposite side, except for the yellow-haired man and the man who just spoke. Li Wuqi and the other 2 looked at Lin Qinshu, whose temperament suddenly surged, in confusion, and they didn't react for a while. Fuck you, you're so arrogant. I won't stay in Piaoxue anymore unless I beat the shit out of you. A man who reeked strongly of alcohol picked up the ice cream cone next to him and threw it at Lin Qinshu. Seeing this, Xie Liu and the other 2 hurried forward to help, but the next scene shocked them. Lin Qinshu dodged the ice cream cone attack by leaning sideways, then quickly stepped forward and used his shoulder to knock the drunk holding the ice cream cone out. This kid is a little weird, let's all attack him together. The drunk man who was knocked flying got up from the ground and shouted. The 10 people around him started punching and kicking Lin Qinshu, and bursts of shrill screams were heard. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 people on the yellow-haired man's side were already lying on the ground. Lin Qinshu clapped his hands and walked slowly towards Wang Mao. Wang Mao saw this and shouted, do you know who I am? My father is Li Jinfu from Jianlong Real Estate. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, my father will not let you go. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around. Li Jinfu of Jianlong Real Estate has a black background. It is rumored that he made his fortune through hardships. Over such a long time, his opponents either went bankrupt or died accidentally, and none of them had a good ending. This also made Jianlong Real Estate feared in the industry. Chapter 7 Why should I give you face? However, due to the domestic crackdown on organized crime in recent years, Jianlong Real Estate has not been so high profile. Li Jinfu also has a playboy son named Li Qianzong. Li Qianzong's negative news is comparable to that of his father, except that his father's news involved major incidents of murder and arson, while his included some despicable news such as robbing women. A gangster group that is well known in the Magic City. Now his son appears in front of Lin Qinshu. The people watching the excitement around him step back and even cover their faces, for fear that Li Qianzong will mistake them for Lin Qinshuo's people. Li Qianzong saw that Lin Qinshuo, who was standing in front of him, did not move, and thought that he had frightened him. He sneered and said, "Now that you know my identity, why don't you let those 4 girls help me to the hotel? I have drunk a little too much, so I have to let them carry me there." Lift. Lin Qinshuo showed a hint of ridicule and slapped Li Qianzong in the face. Par. The loud sound of the slap made the air around them stagnate. What followed was Li Qianzong's shrill scream, "R! You dare to hit me? You are dead, no one can save you." Par. Another slap sounded, and Lin Qinshuo also left a palm print on the other side of his face. The lackey at the side wanted to help, but was slapped several times by Lin Qinshuo and fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to their host for completing the resistance mission. Reward, Strength Attribute Point +1, Ownership of Piaoxue Bar. Host, Lin Qinshuo IP Man's Forceful Attack. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charm, 6. The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has normal values among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Wind. Luxury house, Yunlu Villa not claimed. Mr. Lin, please stop. A lazy and pleasant voice sounded from the bar. A woman in a red dress walked out of the bar. Her face was childish yet mature, and her tall figure immediately attracted the attention of everyone around her. Ding! A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected. Name, Ruxue. Appearance, 95. Age, 26. Height, 172 centimeters. Chest, 36 c. Favorability, 50. Piaoxue. It's the owner of Piaoxue Bar, Piaoxue is out. Someone nearby exclaimed. Is this the legendary Piaoxue? She is really a beauty. Even a woman like me feels moved when she sees her. The girl next to Guanyang also sighed. TSK, she's just pretty, but I don't know how many people have slept with her, another girl next to Yang Yang said disdainfully. Lin Qinshuo frowned slightly and looked at the other person. It turned out that Piaoxue's real name was Ruxue, but how did Piaoxue know him? Since she just called him Mr. Lin, it was obvious that she knew him. Piaoxue walked out of the bar, past Lin Qinshuo and came to Yang Yang and the other girls. She stretched out her right hand and slapped the girl who had just said bad things about her in the face. Little sister, next time don't just bring out your mouth, remember to bring out your head as well. Piaoxue said with a smile, then turned and came to Lin Qinshuo. The beaten woman covered her face turning blue and purple. She looked at Yang Yang and the other girls around her and saw that none of them wanted to help her. She snorted coldly and left the scene. She was indeed wrong first, so she couldn't just protect her unreasonably. Can you two give me some face? No matter whether this matter is right or wrong, let's forget about it. Piaoxue opened her red lips and looked at Lin Qinshuo. After all, the current situation was controlled by Lin Qinshuo. Li Qianzong was slapped twice and his face was swollen. Naturally, he hoped that Lin Qinshuo would agree to let him find someone to deal with Lin Qinshuo and the others when he got back. Why should I give you face? Lin Qinshuo looked at Ruxue indifferently. Although he was a loser, he wouldn't turn into a dog when he saw a beautiful woman. Ruxue looked a little surprised. She didn't expect that her words that had always worked would be blocked by someone, and she stood there in a daze. Xia Liu and others also stepped forward to persuade Lin Qinshuo, forget it, beast, we've already beaten you. If the stalemate continues, Yang Yang won't even have a chance to celebrate her birthday. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshuo shouted to Li Qianzong, apologize to the ladies and you can leave. It is no use to keep pestering like this. His Wing Chun is also time limited. If the situation gets out of hand and the Wing Chun expires, he will be the one who suffers. Li Qianzong's face turned red with anger. He had been a tyrant for so many years and had never encountered such a thing. Who would have thought that he would hit a wall today? Li Qianzong shouted in his heart, I will definitely take revenge. Li Qianzong looked around, and his lackeys were avoiding his gaze. It wasn't that they didn't want to curry favor with him, it was just that Wing Chun hurt them. Li Qianzong gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, to Yang Yang and the other two girls, then turned around and quickly fled the scene. After such a commotion, Xia Liu was no longer interested in the bar, and planned to find another place to celebrate Yin Yan's birthday. Mr. Lin, please stay. Piaoxue can arrange a private room upstairs for Mr. Lin's friends. Drinks are free. And we have a pastry chef at Piaoxue who can make a birthday cake right away. When Ruxue heard that they had originally planned to celebrate their birthday at Piaoxue bar, but ended up meeting that little hooligan Li Qinzong, and this happened. Although Lin Qinshu didn't give her face just now, she had to ask for help now, so she had no choice but to appease him first. How do you know my last name is Lin? Although Lin Qinshu had some suspicions that it was the system's doing, he still wanted to hear the other party's confirmation in person. When Ruxue chuckled and said, Mr. Lin is such a forgetful person. We have been in touch before. Then she pointed to the Piaoxue bar behind her. After hearing what Wen Ruxue said, he was sure that the system had implanted some memories of Wen Ruxue's purchase of the Piaoxue bar into her when issuing the reward, and these events did not appear in Lin Qinshu's mind. This should be what the system said, rewarding the host in a reasonable way. Lin Qinshu looked back at Xie Liu and the others. They were also hesitant because Lin Qinshu had shocked them too much tonight, making them a little dazed for a moment. Now even the owner of Piaoxue bar was being respectful to him. Since boss Piaoxue has invited us, we have to find another place anyway. I think this place is fine. Li Wuqi jumped out and said, but his eyes never left Piaoxue and his drool was almost dripping onto the ground. Xie Liu rolled her eyes at him and said to Lin Qinshu, you beast, let's just stay here. It may be too late to find another place. After all the trouble just now, it was almost 11 o'clock and Yin Yan's birthday was about to pass. Chapter 8, Wen Ruxue, the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family. In that case, I'll trouble boss Piaoxue. Lin Qinshu also wanted to know the revenue of the Piaoxue bar. After all, it was his bar now. Sooner or later, he would have to come and learn about the liquidity and staffing inside, and how to manage it in the future. It would be better to do it now than to wait for a better day. When Ruxue asked the bartender to take the others to the private room on the second floor, and she took Lin Qinshu to the office. Lin Qinshu looked around the bar and found that it was packed. Such a lively bar was actually opened by a woman. After arriving at the office, when Ruxue walked straight to the desk and took out a stack of documents from under the desk. Mr. Lin, here are all the information about the bar. Just sign and the bar will be yours. A hint of reluctance flashed in Wen Ruxue's eyes. If she didn't need the money urgently, she wouldn't have sold the bar. Lin Qinshu looked through the accounts and found that there were still hundreds of thousands of dollars left in the bar's account to run the bar, as well as some staff information. He glanced at it briefly and threw it on the table. Miss Wen, what are your plans for the future? It's obvious that you're reluctant to leave Piaoxue bar. Why don't you stay here? Lin Qinshu knew nothing about the operation of this bar. If he took over the Piaoxue bar, it would probably go bankrupt soon. When Ruxue's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she asked coldly, how do you know my last name is Wen? Who are you? Lin Qinshu was shocked by her sudden change. It's just a name, why is he reacting so strongly? Miss Wen, don't worry about how I know it. You just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. I know nothing about running a bar. Piaoxue will probably go bankrupt in no time if I take over. Would you be willing to let the bar you spent so much effort on go bankrupt in a few days? I am willing to give you 30% of the shares and hire you to continue to manage this bar. When Ruxue's eyes flickered, and for a moment she didn't know what Lin Qinshu meant. Since he didn't know how to run a business, why did he buy Piaoxue? Was his purpose against her? After a moment, when Ruxue smiled and said, in that case, from today on, I have to call you boss. Please take care of me, boss Lin. No matter what the other party's purpose was, she really couldn't bear to leave Piaoxue bar. And after leaving Piaoxue bar, she didn't know what to do. Originally, she planned to go out for a trip, but she couldn't travel for a lifetime. Only by staying in Piaoxue bar could she feel her own value. Moreover, as the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family, she could only hide herself well in the familiar Piaoxue bar. Over the years, it was the third uncle of the Wen family who secretly helped and took care of her. Now that third uncle was in trouble, she sold the Piaoxue bar to help him as much as she could. For when Ruxue, she got the money and kept the bar in her hands. Although she only had a small stake, it was the best result. Let's make a share contract. I will only take a share of the profits. I will not be involved in other business plans. You can decide for yourself. Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa, picked up the box of cigarettes on the table, and lit it up. He would occasionally take a few puffs. He was not averse to cigarettes, nor was he addicted to them. When Ruxue walked to the desk and turned on the computer, suddenly she remembered something and said to Lin Qinshu embarrassedly, "Well, most of the working capital of the bar has been taken away by me. The money in the account is only enough to maintain daily operations. There is no extra money to be withdrawn." Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He was still thinking about taking out some money from this bar. He only had money in his meal card. Now he only had a few dozen yuan in cash, but as long as he accompanied Ye Mengxi to an interview tomorrow, he could get 500,000 yuan. Forget about the little money from this bar. It doesn't matter. The money here is enough to run the bar. There is no need to take it out. Is the capital in it sufficient? Do you need me to inject some capital into it? Lin Qinshu said, pretending to be indifferent. Lin Qinshu had no money at all, it was purely bluffing, pretending to be cool in front of Ruxue. Ruxue had clearly said that the funds inside were enough for turnover, so there was no need for additional capital injection. Ruxue shook her head and said, "The funds inside are enough. With the business of Piaoxue bar, it will soon be profitable. There is no point in injecting extra funds." The sound of Ruxue typing on the keyboard echoed throughout the office. Soon after, the sound of the printer beeping was heard, and Ruxue took out the contract. Lin Qinshu didn't even look at it carefully, and directly signed his name. Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them. The bar itself was obtained for free, so I wouldn't feel bad even if he was gone, so I might as well open up the situation. Ruxue's eyes flashed with a strange look. It had been less than an hour since she met Lin Qinshu, but he was able to sign the contract she took out so calmly without hesitation. This requires a certain amount of courage and confidence. In Ruxue's opinion, Lin Qinshu should be the young master of a big family, and he would not care about this little money at all. After signing, Lin Qinshu prepared to leave the office. "Li Qianzong will definitely retaliate against you. I will help you deal with this matter. Li Jinfu should still give me this face. But if Li Qianzong can't do anything to you openly, he may do it secretly. Boss Lin, please be careful." Ruxue said without raising her head. Lin Qinshu shrugged and walked out of the office door with an indifferent look. As soon as he went out, he felt that his body was instantly deflated. It was the IP man's force value that left in that hour. He couldn't beat 10 people now. Lin Qinshu certainly knew the consequences of offending a rich second generation with a gangster background, but he was also young and energetic, and the confidence that the system binding gave him, so he taught the other party a lesson without fear of power. He still had to think of a way to prevent future troubles. When he walked into the private room on the second floor of Piaoxue bar, he was instantly clamped by 3 people. Li Wuqi hugged his legs, Fan Jinqiang locked his hands, and Xie Liu hugged his head, shouting, "Tell me, who are you? How dare you take over my brother's body?" Lin Qinshu pretended to laugh angrily and said, "I am the ancient demon god, you villains, why don't you kneel down?" The 3 men immediately let go of him with a look of boredom. When it comes to taking advantage, the 3 men are no match for Lin Qinshu. "You beast, you hit it so well. You are so good at martial arts, and the boss of Piaoxue is so respectful to you. You told us before that you are just from an ordinary family. How can you be like an ordinary family now?" Xie Liu asked a question that puzzled the 3 of them. "Nothing, it's a system that was sent from heaven. I'm the chosen one now, I can get whatever I want." Lin Qinshu knew they would ask, so he had thought of a plan early on. He just told the brothers the truth, they definitely wouldn't believe it. As expected, the 3 of them said, "Huh," and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 9. This bathroom is quite spacious. Come over and cut the cake, it's almost 12 o'clock. Xie Liu's girlfriend Guanyang hurriedly called out. "I've been busy all night, but I haven't introduced you to each other yet. These 2 are my roommates, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who just left is Guoting. These 3 are Xie Liu's roommates. Well, they are very famous in the school. They are in the best dormitory. I don't think I need to introduce them to each other." Guanyang covered her mouth and laughed while speaking. They have become accustomed to this kind of scene. After all, their 4 names are so easy to remember and they just happen to be in the same dormitory. This must be God's will or the school's deliberate act. "Li Jiao. We are from the same family. We might even be related a few hundred years ago. Can I call you Jiao Jiao?" Li Wuqi lived up to his shameless name and approached Li Jiao in a familiar manner. Li Jiao was a rather cold girl. Lin Qinshu had never heard her say a few words since he met her. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoqing was a chatterbox, chattering non-stop. Student Lin, have you learned martial arts since you were a child? What's your name? Is it too late for me to learn now? Can you teach me? Wang Xiaoqing asked several questions in a row, and he didn't know which one to answer. As for the roommate Guoting who left, according to Guanyang, she was a gold digger. When Li Qianzong flirted with them just now, Guoting wanted to go up and ask if it was true or not. She was stopped by them and later complained that they blocked her way to wealth and offended the eldest son of the Li family. So when Guoting was slapped by Wen Ruxue, they did not speak up for Guoting. Fan Jinqiang was crying silently. There were 3 girls in total. One was Xie Liu's girlfriend, one was entangled with Li Wuqi, and the remaining one was entangled with Lin Qinshu. In the end, he was left alone. Guanyang's roommates all looked good. They were not very beautiful, but they were not ugly either. According to the system's scoring standard, they should all be 80 points. After cutting the cake, everyone felt that it was boring to stay in the private room, so they decided to go to the lobby to dance. Lin Qinshu said hello to Wen Ruxue and moved downstairs. It was the busiest and most lively time in the bar. Everyone was a little dazed after drinking, and without knowing when, Lin Qinshu had passed out. His alcohol tolerance was not good to begin with. He had drunk some beer before, but today when Ruxue gave him foreign liquor, and he didn't know when he blacked out. A ray of sunlight shone on Lin Qinshu's face. Lin Qinshu's eyelashes, which were sticking straight forward, trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes the next second. The feeling of a hangover filled his brain, and even his whole body was a little sore. After gently patting his forehead twice, he began to look around, because his memory was still stuck in the Piaoxue bar, and he didn't know when he had passed out. Lin Qinshu was in a room. From the fragrance and decorations in the room, it could be seen that it was a woman's room. He quickly looked at himself and found that his clothes were still intact, which meant that nothing had happened, which made him feel relieved. If he lost his virginity without knowing it, it would be a big loss. He was so drunk that even if a beautiful woman made him lose his virginity, he would still feel that he had lost it, because he didn't feel that it was a waste. Lin Qinshu walked out of the room and saw a busy woman in the kitchen. She was wearing simple home clothes and shorts. Her slender legs were stretched straight even in slippers. The woman turned around and said to Lin Qinshu, "There are toothbrushes and towels in the bathroom. Wash yourself. I'm cooking noodles. Eat first and then leave." This woman was Wen Ruxue, the owner of Piaoxue bar. Lin Qinshu couldn't remember how he ended up at Wen Ruxue's house. It was such a happy feeling to have such a beautiful woman cooking noodles for him after he got up. However, his head was aching so much that he couldn't feel this happiness anymore. Lin Qinshu walked into the bathroom and saw a brand new toothbrush and towel on the sink. It's just that no man had ever been in the girls' bathroom, and some things were still placed randomly. Lin Qinshu's attention was attracted to it, and he suddenly felt that his headache after the hangover was not so painful. Suddenly there was the sound of jogging outside. Wen Ruxue rushed into the bathroom with a slightly red face and carried the clothes out. When Lin Qinshu entered the bathroom, she remembered that the clothes she had changed last night had not been washed yet, so she hurried over. Ahem, this bathroom is pretty nice, and the tiles are well chosen. Lin Qinshu quickly used a dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. His action just now was indeed a bit vulgar. After washing up, Lin Qinshu looked at the house carefully. It was neither big nor small, about 90 square meters. The living room took up 2/3 of the house. There was only one room, a kitchen and a bathroom. Wen Ruxue was rich and willful enough. You know, nowadays, when people buy a 60 square meter house, they would like to divide it into 3 bedrooms. Lin Qinshu walked to the window and looked. He could see Jietong University directly from here, which meant it was near the Piaoxue bar where he had been yesterday. An apartment in Shanghai would easily cost tens of millions. Although Lin Qinshu didn't know how much the system spent to buy the bar, and he didn't take a close look last night, it should be about the same value as this house. Between selling the bar and selling the house, isn't it better to sell the house? I rent this place, I didn't buy it. I like this apartment type and have paid the rent for 10 years. Come over and have some noodles. When Ruxue came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles, seeming to have guessed Lin Qinshu's doubts. Lin Qinshu sat at the dining table and asked him, "Why am I here? Where are my friends?" When Ruxue rolled her eyes when talking about this. I don't know about your friends. I met you at the entrance of Piaoxue. You were already drunk and you didn't bring your ID card with you. So I had no choice but to bring you back. After all, you are my boss, and I can't just turn a blind eye to a drunk boss. Lin Qinshu smiled awkwardly. He really couldn't drink much. He even mixed it with other drinks last night and he lost consciousness all of a sudden. The situation of his friends is probably similar, but I don't know what happened to those girls. Don't worry, I told them to find all your friends and settle them down. Don't let anything unexpected happen. It should be fine. Lin Qinshu nodded. Thank you. Nothing embarrassing happened last night, right? Lin Qinshu asked cautiously. After all, he knew what he looked like when he was drunk. In the past, when I was drunk, I always liked to talk to others about my troubles, crying and snotting. It would have been so embarrassing if I had done the same thing last night. When Ruxue, who was chewing slowly, looked up at Lin Qinshu. She remembered that she couldn't find Lin Qinshu's ID card last night, so she had to take him back to her home and let him sleep in her room. She would never do such a thing before, probably because he was drunk and she felt there was no danger. It may also be because the other party had just bought the Piaoxue bar at a super high price and gave back 30% of the shares, which made Wen Ruxue feel that she had no objection to taking the other party home. And something happened last night that puzzled her. When taking a taxi, Lin Qinshu suddenly woke up and wanted to pay the fare. As a result, when he took out his mobile phone to pay, it showed that there was insufficient balance. During this period, Lin Qinshu also tried to change the card for payment, but the balance was still insufficient. This was not what Wen Ruxue had imagined. How could the person who could buy Piaoxue bar at such a high price and then casually give her 30% of the shares not have even a few dozen dollars for bus fare? However, Wen Ruxue is also a smart woman. Although she can't figure it out, she won't ask. The person who has enabled Piaoxue bar to flourish in the Magic City has the support of the Wen family, but it is more because of her personal abilities and high emotional intelligence. When Ruxue picked up the phone beside her, opened her WeChat QR code and pushed it in front of Lin Qinshu. Add a contact number so I can report to you. Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and was about to scan the code when he found that he had several missed calls. He opened it and saw that it was from Ye Mengxi. I quickly checked the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fuck. My 500,000. Lin Qinshu quickly put down his chopsticks, ran out the door, and called back while running. When Ruxue was at the dining table, watching Lin Qinshu suddenly run away, and was speechless. Was it really urgent, or did he not want to add her WeChat? Didn't he even have time to scan a code? Meng, I'm sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept. Lin Qinshu said hurriedly as soon as the phone was connected. It's okay, senior. Are you feeling better now? I heard that a hangover is very uncomfortable. Ye Mengxi's concerned tone made Lin Qinshu feel guilty. It's okay. Where are you now? I'll come to find you. For Lin Qinshu, that was not just a promise to the girl, but also 500,000 in attribute points. Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview. You don't have to come over, just have a good rest. Originally, Ye Mengxi hoped that Lin Qinshu could accompany her to the interview by subway. Now, after hearing that Lin Qinshu was hungover, she didn't want to bother him and hoped that he would have a good rest. What nonsense are you talking about? I must do what I promised you, and I have sobered up a long time ago. Okay, listen to me. Give me the address, and I will wait for you directly at the door of the company and go in with you. Lin Qinshu said righteously, not allowing Ye Mengxi to refuse. Ye Mengxi was delighted and touched when she heard this. She immediately sent the address to Lin Qinshu after hanging up the phone. After receiving the address, Lin Qinshu rushed to the subway station without stopping. In the subway, he saw a bank message on his mobile phone. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the balance is 100,003 yuan. Huh? Lin Qinshu looked at the message in surprise. Could it be that a fraud company is trying to defraud me of my remaining 3 yuan? What I miss is being able to talk about everything. The phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number from Shanghai. Hello, who is this? Chapter 10, Touching Porcelain. It's me, Wen Ruxue. The slightly depressed response from the other end of the phone reminded Lin Qinshu that he seemed to want to add her as a friend just now, but he was in a hurry and ran away without adding her. I had something urgent to do just now, so I'm leaving first. The fact that you can get through to me means you have my number. This is also my WeChat number. Please add me. Lin Qinshu coughed twice awkwardly. I've already added it, but you didn't accept it. Let's not talk about that. I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your account at Modu Bank. Did you receive it? Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. Why did you transfer money to me? Didn't you say that the funds in the bar account were just enough? I told him last night that the working capital in the bar cannot be moved, and he couldn't understand why when Ruxue transferred money to him for no reason today. Piaoxue has enough funds. I took out this money before you bought the bar, so it can be considered that I was not fair. Since I still have a share in Piaoxue and my difficulties have been temporarily solved, then this 100,000 yuan can be regarded as the funds for purchasing 30% of Piaoxue's shares. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Qinshu's response. In fact, the 100,000 yuan was when Ruxue's own money. After seeing that Lin Qinshu had insufficient balance last night, she gave the money to him in this way. She was betting that something had happened to Lin Qinshu, such as his bank card being frozen by his family, or that Lin Qinshu had another card that was not linked to his mobile phone, so he could not pay the several dozen dollars for the taxi fare. Her 100,000 yuan might be able to help Lin Qinshu in need, and she was also betting that Lin Qinshu was a descendant of a family more powerful than the Wen family. Besides, Piaoxue now had 30% of the shares, and she could earn back the 100,000 yuan in no time. No matter how you look at it, the 100,000 yuan is worth it, and Lin Qinshu can accept it comfortably. On the other side, Lin Qinshu was already ecstatic. He was not as arrogant as when Ruxue imagined. 100,000 yuan. He had never had so much money at once in his life. He didn't expect Piaoxue Bar to create money for him so quickly. He thought it would take a month or two to share the money. It seems that it was the right decision to spend 30% of the shares to keep when Ruxue last night. Based on his age and social experience, if he was allowed to run Piaoxue, it would close down in no time. Now that he had money, he could finally spend lavishly. Lin Qinshu looked at the address Ye Mengxi sent him, which happened to be near IFC. His Pagani Zonder was also in the basement of IFC, so he could drive out to refuel. Ye Mengxi had just left school, and he was almost there. He would have to wait at least another hour for her, so he would drive out and refuel first. When the car drove out of the underground parking lot of Guojin, the parking fee was more than 100 yuan. It was indeed an expensive parking fee. In total, it was not enough to park for a full day. After paying the parking fee, Lin Qinshu's 6-digit balance dropped to 5 digits in an instant. He drove to a nearby gas station and filled up the tank, then drove to the place where he had agreed to meet Ye Mengxi. When passing a road that deviated from the main road, he suddenly found that the road ahead was blocked, and a group of people gathered there, as if something had happened. Ding! A beautiful woman with a beauty score of over 90 points has been detected in front of the host. Choice 1, the other party seems to be in trouble. Go over and help the beauty solve the problem. You will be rewarded with the ownership of Jin Mao building. Option 2, honk their horn like crazy, drive away, and get a reward of 3,000 yuan. Damn, who are you looking down on with that 3,000 yuan? This mission is obviously to deliver a building to him. Lin Qinshu parked the car in the back, got out and walked into the crowd. Jin Mao building is a Class A office building. It just so happened that the MCN company that Ye Mengxi was going to was in the Jin Mao building. If he could get that building, the rent collected every year would be enough for him to have food and clothing, right? The system arranged for him to reach the pinnacle of his life so quickly, and the days of collecting rent were a life that everyone envied. Lin Qinshu squeezed into the crowd and saw a woman in a striped business suit standing in front of a Porsche Taycan. She was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked so helpless. She looked like a capable queen, but she seemed a little hesitant and anxious because of what was happening. The right side of the Porsche Taycan hit a stone pillar. Although the damage was not serious, it was too severe to continue driving. On the left side of the car, a woman in her 60s was sitting on the ground crying and screaming, and there was a sturdy young man next to her. Ding! A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 points has been detected. Name, Chen Jie. Appearance, 92. Age, 25. Height, 168. Chest, 36 cm. Favorability, 0 inch. You bitch, you hit my mom. You can't leave unless you pay compensation. You have to go back with us and take care of my mom for a few days. The burly man next to the old woman said viciously, and there was a wolf-like green light in his eyes. It was obvious that seeing how beautiful the other woman was, he had other thoughts. The old woman who was crying on the ground heard that they were going to take the other person back, which was obviously different from the plan, and she pinched the strong man's calf without saying a word. I didn't hit her. I hit the stone pillar to avoid her. She came over and lay in front of my car and said I hit her. Can you help me call the police? Let the police handle it. Chen Jie's face flushed red. The person in front of her was a scammer who suddenly rushed out from the roadside. At first, she was lucky that she reacted quickly and didn't hit anyone. But when she hit the stone pillar, the old woman slowly walked to the front of the car and sat down. The next second, she started crying. The sturdy man quickly rushed to the front of the car, holding an iron rod, and smashed the dashcam inside the car from the side. The broken glass blocked the dashcam's video. Then he walked up to Chen Jie and said that she had hit his mother and asked Chen Jie to pay compensation. Chen Jie was furious. She watched the other person walk to the front of the car and lie down. Now someone came out and smashed her car. Of course, she didn't want to be blackmailed like this, so she took out her phone and prepared to call the police. The sturdy man stepped forward quickly and slapped Chen Jie's phone away. After the phone fell to the ground, the sturdy man stepped forward and stomped on it twice, making it impossible for Chen Jie to even call the police. She looked helpless. The people around were just there to watch the fun, and the sturdy man was looking around fiercely, so no one dared to take out their phones to call the police. Lin Qinshu looked up and saw that this place was not under surveillance, and judging from the way the sturdy man smashed the dashcam as soon as he arrived, he was already a repeat offender. He smashed the dashcam not because he was afraid of being caught on camera, but because he was afraid that his appearance would be captured on camera. After he got the money from the extortion, the old woman with her face exposed could hide, and he could continue to be carefree outside. Chapter 11. Be careful when you walk on the road at night. Lin Qinshu rolled his eyes slightly, retreated first, found a corner to call the police, and then saw a little boy sitting on the steps behind him with a drone in his hand, looking unhappy. It seemed that the child's mother was also crowded in the front to watch the fun. Little boy, can you sell me this drone? Lin Qinshu came up with an idea and planned to buy the drone from the kid first. This is a toy. Do you want to play with it, big brother? I'll lend it to you. The kid handed him the drone and the remote control without hesitation. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but sigh that this kid was really sensible, completely different from those naughty kids. Little boy, I might break your toy later, so you'd better sell it to me. You can buy a new one then. After hesitating for a moment, the little boy opened the QR code on his phone watch. Lin Qinshu scanned 2,000 yuan, because he didn't know how much the drone would cost, but 2,000 yuan should be enough to buy one. Little boy, in 2 minutes, can you help your brother fly this drone over the crowd? Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to use this thing. If he waited until he learned how to use it, it would be too late. The little boy nodded. Although he didn't understand what the big brother in front of him was going to do, he could still help easily since it was just playing with the drone. After making an agreement with the little boy, Lin Qinshu once again got into the crowd. At this time, Chen Jie also planned to compromise. There were so many people watching around, but no one was willing to help her. They were just watching the fun. If she wanted to get out of the current predicament, she could only spend money to avoid disaster. Chen Jie bit her lip and asked, "How much do you want?" When the sturdy man heard Chen Jie's question, a smile of success appeared on his face. "I've already said it before. Pay 300,000 yuan, then go back with us and take care of my mom for 3 days, and everything will be fine." When Chen Jie heard this, her face was instantly filled with anger. "You're dreaming." The other party obviously had bad intentions. If she went back with them, she wouldn't know where she would be in a few days. "Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a penalty." The strong man slapped Chen Jie in the face. Chen Jie saw the hand getting closer and closer, and instinctively closed her eyes. Par. A hand stretched out from Chen Jie's side and grabbed the strong man's wrist. "What? Blackmail failed, so you want to use force?" A faint voice sounded beside Chen Jie. Chen Jie opened her eyes and looked at the man beside her. She felt relieved and excited at the same time. Finally, someone was willing to come out and help her. After Lin Qinshu grabbed the sturdy man's wrist, he tried to pull it out, but found that the other party's strength was equal to his. Where did this young man come from? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Do you want to learn to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? The sturdy man slapped Lin Qinshu with his other hand. Lin Qinshu released his grasped wrist and pushed the sturdy man forward, pushing him back 2 steps. If I hadn't added some strength attribute points last night, I really wouldn't be a match for this strong man. Judging from the power confrontation just now, this strong man's strength must be 7, and even 7 or more. The sturdy man also felt that the man in front of him was not simple. He looked like a yellow-haired boy, but his strength could compete with him. A flash of hostility flashed in his eyes and he said viciously, "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, if something happens to you on the road in the future, don't blame me for being nice to you now." Lin Qinshu sneered, "In broad daylight, they are committing fraud, extortion, and even trying to kidnap people blatantly. They are truly lawless. I have already called the police, and they will be here soon." The sturdy man's face changed, and suddenly a drone flew over their heads and stopped. Lin Qinshu pointed at the drone and said, "Did you see it? This is the police station's latest equipment, a drone. There is a camera on it that can record the people and situations at the scene before the police arrive. You smashed the car just now because you were afraid that the recorder inside would capture you. There is a record of fraud, and now there will be a record of extortion soon." Lin Qinshu had a half smile on his face. The sturdy man's face changed drastically. The reason he smashed the car window was because he was a fugitive. If he was photographed, he would be quickly locked onto by the police's Sky Eye system. If he did not expose himself, it would not be easy for the police to find him. The sturdy man quickly covered his face with his hands and stared at Lin Qinshu fiercely, "Boy, I'll remember you. Be careful when you walk at night next time." After that, he covered his face with one hand and ran outside quickly. Seeing this, the old woman who was his accomplice also quickly got up and left. After the strong man and the old woman left, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. The little boy walked up to Lin Qinshu and handed him the drone. "You keep it. Let's keep this as our secret. Don't tell anyone." When the little boy wanted to say something, he was pulled away by his mother. His mother was also one of the onlookers. She looked for her son after the crowd dispersed. When she saw her son talking to Lin Qinshu, she ran over and pulled him away. She had heard the harsh words that the burly man had just said and was afraid that she would be implicated. "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened today." Chen Jie breathed a sigh of relief, and her clenched heart finally relaxed. Lin Qinshu then looked at the 92-point beauty in front of him. He didn't see her clearly from a distance just now, but now that he got closer, he realized that the beauty who was rated 92 by the system was indeed worthy of her reputation. No wonder the strong man not only wanted to rob her of her money, but also wanted to rob her of her body. It's just a piece of cake. At this time of year, all the young people are rushing to work. Otherwise, no one would allow such a beautiful girl to be blackmailed. And I have indeed called the police. You can tell them when they arrive." Lin Qinshu smiled and turned to leave. He still had to go to Jin Mao building. Although Chen Jie was indeed very beautiful, there was still 500,000 yuan waiting for him there. He didn't have the time to pick up girls now. When his financial strength improved, he would have all the beauties he wanted. Chen Jie couldn't help but blush when she heard this. Although many people praised her for her beauty, few people said she was beautiful so directly. Seeing Lin Qinshu turning around to leave, he quickly shouted, "Let's add each other's contact information. I'll treat you to a meal some other day to express my gratitude." Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone. He didn't ask to add the other party's WeChat because he didn't want to give people the feeling of taking advantage of him. Now that the other party asked to add WeChat, why the hell was he still pretending? "My name is Chen Jie." After the two added each other as friends, Chen Jie extended her slender hand to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu. The two hands were clasped together. Lin Qinshu held the soft hand, but before he could feel it properly, he heard the sound of a police siren not far away. He let go of Chen Jie's hand and walked towards his car. In Chen Jie's slightly surprised eyes, he got on the Pagani Wind and drove away. Chapter 12 Jin Mao Building. Ding! Congratulations to their host for completing the mission of saving the beauty. Reward, ownership of Jin Mao Building. Lin Qinshu, who was heading to the Jin Mao Building, heard a system prompt in his mind. He was very excited to hear the news. He would live the life of a landlord in the future, playing here and there every day, and collecting rent at the beginning of the month. This kind of life that everyone dreams of is about to come true. Unconsciously, Lin Qinshu had arrived at the gate of Jin Mao building. Although this was an MCN company with many internet celebrities and luxury cars, they all pale in comparison to Lin Qinshu's Pagani Wind. Who is this? Is this the new influencer signed by this influencer company? No way, even though she's not bad looking, she looks a bit different in those cheap clothes. Yes, nowadays internet celebrities have to package themselves, dress better than anyone else, and stand out. Is she just an assistant? Driving for some big internet celebrity? Impossible, the live broadcast company here doesn't have anyone who can afford to drive the car in front of us. This is the Pagani Wind, a limited edition model. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. When the people around saw Lin Qinshu getting out of the car, they were all talking about it. Lin Qinshu was so shocked that he couldn't speak after getting off the car. He was not a local of Shanghai. He knew that Jin Mao building was very impressive, but he didn't expect it to be this building. He was very shocked all the way here, because he had entered the financial center of Shanghai. He had once sighed to his classmates that if he could find a job in this building in the future, he would have no regrets. Didn't he expect that the entire building has become his now? The rent collected from this Jin Mao building can be over 1 billion per year. Lin Qinshu tremblingly took out his cell phone from his pocket and carefully searched for information about the Jin Mao building. This is a building that has won an award for architectural structure and is also a landmark building in Shanghai. Not far behind Lin Qinshu is Shanghai's Huangpu River. Jin Mao building is a building of a large group. I don't know how the system transferred the building to my name. It's really a scam. Senior. A call pulled Lin Qinshu out of his thoughts, and Ye Mengxi came to Lin Qinshu with a happy face. Lin Qinshu also put away the shock on his face and asked with a smile, "Are you not late for the interview?" Ye Mengxi shook her head. "There is still half an hour left, so we can make it." The two walked into the Jin Mao building hand in hand. The front lobby of the Jin Mao building occupies 2 floors, making people feel insignificant when standing inside. Lin Qinshu and Ye Mengxi came to the 17th floor. The MCN company that Ye Mengxi was going to interview today was called Morin Media. It was said to be a medium-sized MCN company. There were countless influencers with millions of fans in the company, but only one with tens of millions. The front desk lady took Ye Mengxi to the interview, and Lin Qinshu was left at the front desk to wait. Lin Qinshu, who was bored, took out his mobile phone. When he just got the ownership of Jin Mao building, a call appeared in his mobile phone, Sun Ji. The person in charge of the property management of Jin Mao building, he was the agent of the entire Jin Mao building. As for whether the other party knew him or not, the process had been clearly arranged by the system, so Lin Qinshu didn't have to worry about how to introduce himself. "Mr. Lin, I'm very happy to receive your call," the other party said happily when Lin Qinshu dialed the phone. "Manager Sun, I'm on the 17th floor of the Jin Mao building. I'd like to learn more about it while I'm free. Where are you? I'll come find you." Ye Mengxi's interview shouldn't be that quick. When she came in just now, she saw many people coming in with resumes. She should take this time to get to know the Jin Mao building first and see if it's time to collect the rent this year. No. How dare I trouble Mr. Lin? You are on the 17th floor, right? I will bring the information and report to you right away, Sun Ji said in panic. Lin Qinshu let him do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to come, then let him come. He originally planned to send a message to Ye Mengxi and ask her to stay where she was and wait. But since Sun Ji was here, he didn't need to send a message to Ye Mengxi. Just as Lin Qinshu put his phone in his pocket, Ye Mengxi rushed out with an angry look on her face, as if she had been wronged. Meng, what happened? Lin Qinshu was a little curious. Isn't the interview just to see if it can match the job? If you are compatible, you can do it. If not, you can't do it. Even if you really want this job, you should be disappointed if you are not selected, not angry. Ye Mengxi took a few deep breaths to calm her anger, and shook her head at Lin Qinshu. "Senior, it's okay, let's go." Lin Qinshu obviously saw something was wrong and grabbed her wrist. "What's going on?" Lin Qinshu's tone was serious. Ye Mengxi was famous for her good temper. To make her so angry, she must have been wronged. The purpose of his trip was to prevent Ye Mengxi from being hurt or wronged. Otherwise, what would he do if he couldn't get the reward? Ye Mengxi's eyes turned red, her mouth flattened, and she leaned her head on Lin Qinshuo's chest, telling him what happened during the interview. The interviewer was Shangshan Yuan, the son of Shang Yuan, the boss of Morin Media. The moment Shangshan Yuan saw Ye Mengxi, he was shocked by her beauty. Although he had seen her in the live broadcast, with the advanced beauty filters nowadays, no one knew whether the appearance on the internet was real or fake. Shangshan Yuan never expected that the woman in front of him was even more beautiful than the one he saw in the live broadcast room. Shangshan Yuan immediately passed Ye Mengxi's interview. Ye Mengxi was very happy at first, but she gradually realized that something was wrong. Shangshan Yuan looked at her with eyes that seemed to want to kill her. He had already left his seat and walked around her, asking her all sorts of questions. He even asked her if it was her first time, whether she had a boyfriend, and whether she had kissed before. Ye Mengxi felt a little scared, as she and Shangshan Yuan were the only ones in the interview office. She had already started to back out. Ye Mengxi's whole body tensed up, and she secretly decided that even if she passed the interview, she would not come here. Shangshan Yuan walked behind Ye Mengxi, lowered his head and said in an obscene manner, "You must be tired after coming here from such a long distance. Let me give you a massage." Shangshan Yuan put his hand on Ye Mengxi's shoulder. Ye Mengxi screamed like a frightened rabbit, pushed Shangshan Yuan away, and rushed out. After hearing everything, Lin Qinshuo's face was filled with anger. How dare someone bully Ye Mengxi under his nose? You should know that Ye Mengxi asked him to accompany her just to prevent the situation in front of him from happening. His uncle could tolerate it, but his aunt could not. Moreover, Lin Qinshuo has already decided on Ye Mengxi as his woman. Now that he is suffering such humiliation, if he doesn't do something, is he still a man? Chapter 13. I'm afraid you can't bear it. Lin Qinshuo walked directly in the direction where Ye Mengxi had just run out. The lady at the front desk also heard the conversation between Ye Mengxi and Lin Qinshuo. She didn't seem to be surprised at all, as if this was a common scene. She did not choose to stop Lin Qinshuo, but directly picked up the phone at the front desk and dialed skillfully. "Senior, I haven't suffered any loss. Let's go. We should not deal with this group of people in the future. After all, this is someone else's territory," and Ye Mengxi was worried that the impulsive Lin Qinshuo would suffer a loss. "Meng, if I don't help you vent your anger when you encounter such a thing, then what's the point of me accompanying you here? With me here, no one can bully you." Lin Qinshuo pushed open the door of the Human Resources Department. I saw Shangshan Yuan inside putting his hand into the collar of an interviewee, while the interviewee's face turned red and she dared not say a word. Shangshan Yuan was startled by someone who suddenly pushed the door open. "Damn, didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to come in without permission when I'm interviewing? Which department are you from? Get out of here immediately." The person pushed the door so hard that he was frightened and instantly collapsed. When the interviewee saw someone coming in, she quickly covered her face with her resume and ran out. She was also frightened by Shangshan Yuan, but she didn't have the courage to resist and could only sit there stupidly. Now someone rushed in to rescue her, and she was immediately relieved. When he saw Ye Mengxi behind Lin Qinshuo, Shangshan Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile again. "Have you figured it out so quickly? I thought you wouldn't come back to me until at least tomorrow. It seems that I overestimated you." When Ye Mengxi ran out, he did not chase her, but directly called the next interviewee to come in. Because in his opinion, becoming an internet celebrity or a star is what all women dream of, and Ye Mengxi is no exception. Sooner or later, she will come back to him, and then he will train her well. Par. The sound of a loud slap echoed throughout the office. Shangshan Yuan was stunned, and Ye Mengxi covered her mouth with both hands in disbelief. "You dare to hit me? I'll kill you." Shangshan Yuan reacted and swung his fists at Lin Qinshuo, but both fists were caught by Lin Qinshuo at the same time. "You dare to touch my Meng with these two pigs trotters, right? Forget it." Lin Qinshuo grabbed Shangshan Yuan's two fists and turned them outwards. There was a crackling sound of bones, followed by Shangshan Yuan's shrill scream. Although Shangshan Yuan was also a tall man of 1.8 meters, years of drinking and sex had already hollowed out his body. How could he be a match for Lin Qinshuo, who was in his prime? Just now Lin Qinshuo mentioned his Meng, and Ye Mengxi blushed when she heard this, and was happy inside. But the next scene frightened her so much that her face turned pale, and Lin Qinshuo directly broke the other person's hand. The receptionist outside the door rushed in with 4 security guards. They were the security guards from the Jin Mao building. When they heard the conversation between Lin Qinshu and the other man, they knew something was going to happen, because this kind of thing happened frequently in their company, so they immediately called the security department. Who would have thought that he was still a step too late? The man in front of him didn't say much and beat Chen Shanshan directly. Oh. What the hell are you looking at? Beat this guy to death. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Chen Shanshan screamed, and when he saw the receptionist and the security guard coming in without any reaction, he immediately started cursing. These security guards usually receive a lot of benefits from him, so every time the front desk calls the security department, this group of people come very actively. For security guards rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward. HMPH, I'm afraid you can't bear it, stop it. A middle-aged man snorted coldly and walked in from outside. The 4 security guards looked at the middle-aged man in front of them and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Sun, why are you here? Just leave this matter to us, why would we let you make a trip? Hearing the security guard say this, Chen Shanshan also thought that Sun Ji came to support him, and hurriedly said to Sun Ji while enduring the pain, damn it, this wild boy came from nowhere and broke my hand as soon as he came in. Mr. Sun, don't worry about the impact on our Jin Mao. If he is disabled, it's my fault. I will never have anything to do with Jin Mao. Didn't you hear what I said just now? You can't bear it. Sun Ji walked up to Lin Qinshu and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long and to have let you encounter this kind of thing. Sun Ji didn't care whether this kind of thing was right or wrong. In this Jin Mao building, whatever Lin Qinshu did was right. Shock. Petrified. Their whole audience was silent. A person whom they looked up to was actually so respectful to a young boy. Ye Mengxi also looked at Lin Qinshu in surprise. Although he didn't know who Mr. Sun was, he looked higher than the others. And this person with the highest status in the audience was actually so respectful to the senior. Manager Sun, anyone can move into the Jin Mao building. I'm now considering whether I should change the property management company next quarter. Lin Qinshu said coldly. Sun Ji's face changed drastically when he heard that, and a drop of sweat ran down his forehead. The Jin Mao building could generate tens of millions of profits for their property company every year. If he was replaced like this, he would lose his job as the general manager and might even be held accountable. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lin. It was Sun Ji who failed to screen the merchants well. This matter will be left to Sun Ji to handle. I hope Mr. Lin will give our property another chance. Sun Ji bowed 90 degrees, and Lin Qinshu waved his hands impatiently. At this time, a middle-aged man also pushed open the door and walked in. What's going on? Who hurt my son? He was just meeting his mistress in the hotel on the 68th floor of Jin Mao building. There were hotels on dozens of floors above Jin Mao building. Just after he took the blue pill, the company's front desk called and said that his son was beaten. Now he is not only angry in his stomach, but also angry all over his body. Shang Yuan looked around and noticed Sun Ji's presence, so he quickly trotted over to him. Hey, Mr. Sun, why did you get alarmed by such a small matter? They are just children who don't understand things. We will handle this matter well and will not bring shame to Jin Mao building. Shang Yuan thought that Sun Ji was afraid that they would make a big deal out of it, so he came here specially. What's going on? Tell me. Shang Yuan showed his fatherly authority and yelled at Shang Yuan. Dad, it was this kid. He slapped me as soon as he came in and broke my hand. I want him to go out lying down. Shang Yuan pointed at Lin Qinshu with his bent finger. HMPH. Boss Shang, you haven't paid the rent for last quarter yet, right? Sun Ji suddenly snorted coldly and asked. Shang Yuan was confused and didn't know why Sun Ji asked this question. Mr. Sun, haven't we already discussed this? I will pay last quarter's rent together with this quarter's rent. A big project has tied up my funds. Chapter 14 Ye Mengxi Falls. Sun Ji smiled coldly, tomorrow this quarter will end. With last quarter's rent, you already owe us 2 quarters' rent. You have until tomorrow to pay the rent in full. The contract has also expired, so you should move out. Jin Mao building can't accommodate a giant Buddha like you. Shang Yuan was confused. What was going on? Why did they suddenly chase him away? However, Shang Yuan was also an old fox. He guessed it immediately. It must be related to this incident. This, Mr. Sun, is there any misunderstanding here? Shang Yuan asked cautiously. Misunderstanding? Sun Ji walked up to Lin Qinshu, raised his hand and introduced him. This is Mr. Lin, the new boss of Jin Mao Building. If you offend Mr. Lin, you will be my enemy. Jin Mao Building no longer welcomes you, pack up and get out. Oh, remember to pay the rent before you leave. And the four of you, go to the finance department to settle your wages, you don't need to come starting tomorrow. Mr. Lin, please come this way, let's go to the office to talk. Shock. The whole audience was shocked. The four security guards didn't expect that they were fired just because they ran up here to answer a phone call and before they could do anything. Shangshan Yuan looked in shock at the man who suddenly rushed in and beat him up. It turned out to be the new boss of Jin Mao Building. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun. You are not kidding, this young boy is the boss of Jin Mao Building. Shangshan Yuan asked in disbelief. Sun Ji's face darkened. Just based on what you said, if you don't pay the rent and move out of here today, I will take compulsory measures. There is an unwritten rule in the lease contract of Jin Mao Building. When the merchants infringe upon the interests of Jin Mao Building, the property has the right to evict them without breaking the law. Lin Qinshu ignored Sun Ji's way of handling the matter. He turned around and pulled Ye Mengxi, who was too shocked to speak, towards the door. Sun Ji hurriedly followed behind them. Par. A slap was heard, making Lin Qinshu turn his head curiously. Shang Yuan grabbed his son and beat him up, making Shangshan Yuan cry for his parents. It was the first time that Lin Qinshu saw a father beat his son. The beating was so fierce that even a stool was lifted up and smashed on Shangshan Yuan. After beating him, Shang Yuan grabbed Shangshan Yuan and made him kneel down. Mr. Lin, although I don't know how my son offended you, it must be his fault. Considering that I have already beaten him up, can you ask Mr. Sun for a few more days? Shang Yuan bent down. He knew that it was impossible for him to stay. He had not made any money in this media business over the years. The father and son are both more lustful than each other. They have both set their sights on those internet celebrities. They set up this media company just to take advantage of them. Moreover, the money required to create an internet celebrity is a bottomless pit, and he can't come up with any money in the short term. Lin Qinshu ignored him, turned around and pulled Ye Mengxi into the elevator. 3 days. The moment the elevator door closed, Lin Qinshu's voice came out, and Shang Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Ji took Lin Qinshu to the 50th floor, which was the office of the former boss of Jin Mao Building. Now it also belonged to Lin Qinshu. However, it was useless for Lin Qinshu, a student. Arriving at the 50th floor, Sun Ji took out a card and swiped the access control card. The door slowly opened. Mr. Lin, this is your office and rest area. Normally, no one can come up here. The door here has recorded your face and fingerprint in advance. You only need to use your face to open this door. This entire floor is the office of the boss of Jin Mao Building. The boss's office is nearly 3,000 square meters, and Lin Qinshu feels it is a bit luxurious. He wonders if he should consider vacating this floor and renting it out. After entering the gate, Sun Ji led Lin Qinshu and the others on a tour. Although this place was called an office, it was actually more like a large private club, with a restaurant, a conference room, an entertainment area, a lounge, and an indoor golf area. The office only took up a small part of it. This place is more prosperous than many of the rich people's manor villas. It is called an office, but in fact it is a private club for receiving important people. There is even a wine cellar in this office, where all kinds of famous wines are placed. This makes Lin Qinshu amazed. It would be a huge sum of money if these famous wines were sold. There is also a tea cabinet and a cigarette cabinet in the office, which are filled with all kinds of famous teas and famous cigarettes. Even Lin Qinshu, who doesn't drink tea or smoke much, feels happy when he sees these things. Senior, I didn't expect you to be so capable. This Jin Mao Building is actually yours. Ye Mengxi has finally recovered from the shock she had experienced downstairs. Lin Qinshu smiled and leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You are the only one who knows about this. Let's keep this as a secret between us, okay?" Ye Mengxi blushed slightly because Lin Qinshu leaned too close to her, and nodded, saying firmly, "I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between us." She was already deeply moved by the fact that Lin Qinshu stood up for her just now. Originally, she had a filter when she looked at Lin Qinshu, and now with these few added points, her favorability towards him instantly skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accompanying Ye Mengxi to the interview at Jin Mao building. Reward attribute point +1, reward cash 500,000 yuan, which has been transferred to the host's Modu bank card in a reasonable way. Dear customer, your Shanghai Modu bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan, and the balance is 599,053 yuan. The system notification sounded along with the phone notification sound. Lin Qinshu, who had only 3 yuan in his bank card 2 hours ago, suddenly had a huge sum of 600,000 yuan. Ding! Ye Mengxi, whose appearance is over 90 points, has a 90-point favorability towards the host and will never leave her. Since the host has been favored by a beauty with a beauty score of more than 90 points for the first time, I will reward you with 1 point increase in all attributes. I will increase the attribute points after the host allows it. Do you want to increase it now? Don't upgrade for now, I'll talk about it later when I go back. Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart. He didn't expect Ye Mengxi to fall for him so soon. However, Ye Mengxi had always had a crush on him. After today's actions, it was not surprising that she was completely in love with him. Sun Ji brought Lin Qinshu to the office and took the initiative to sit at the tea table to make tea. Mr. Lin, I'm so proud to sit in your seat and make you a pot of good tea. Sun Ji showed a flattering smile on his face. Although Sun Ji had been to this place before, he had never touched anything. This was his first time sitting down here. Manager Sun, please feel free to make yourself comfortable. Don't be so formal. I don't know how to make tea, so I can only trouble Manager Sun to make a pot of good tea for me. Lin Qinshu sat down at the guest seat. Chapter 15. Do you also work in this place? Ye Mengxi was very curious about everything in here, so she didn't sit down, and Lin Qinshu allowed her to walk around freely. After all, she is the first person whose favorability rating towards me has exceeded 90. I don't know if the first person who the system refers to as having a favorability rating of over 90 refers to the one with a face value of over 90, or the first one among all girls. If it was the latter, then Lin Qinshu would be in tears. After being with He for so many years, He's favorability towards him had never exceeded 90. Ding! After system scanning, Ye Mengxi is the first woman whose favorability towards the host exceeds 90, regardless of her appearance score. Damn, this is a shit system, it's really frustrating. Lin Qinshu came back to his senses and said to Sun Ji, Boss Sun, I just said that in anger. I hope you don't take it to heart. However, our Jin Mao building should really examine the cultural image of the companies that move in. As a landmark of the Magic City, the Jin Mao building is not only an office building in the financial center, it also represents the image of the Magic City. Lin Qinshu first took back his words about changing the property, and then put pressure on Sun Ji again, telling him not to think that he was young and knew nothing and could do whatever he wanted. When Sun Ji heard this, his hands that were pouring tea trembled and cold sweat flowed down his forehead again. He knew that Lin Qinshu was trying to warn him. Even though the man in front of him looked young, his methods were comparable to those of many big bosses. Mr. Lin, it was my negligence. I heard about some of the activities of Mo Jin Media a while ago. The father and son set up a media company just to sleep with internet celebrities. But no one made trouble, so I can't kick them out just because of these rumors. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will definitely identify these people in the future. After Sun Ji finished speaking, he quickly handed a stack of information in his hand to Lin Qinshu. Mr. Lin, these are the information of all the tenants of Jin Mao building. The rent of Jin Mao building is collected on a quarterly basis, and tomorrow is the time to collect the rent for the next quarter. Please provide your bank card number and I will transfer the rent to you then. Lin Qinshu, who was originally flipping through the information, suddenly had a flash of excitement in his eyes, and wrote down his Modu bank card number. After the two chatted for a while at the tea table, Lin Qinshu planned to leave because Ye Mengxi had an elective class to attend in the evening. Sun Ji originally planned to ask the chef from their hotel upstairs to come down and cook a meal, but now he has to give up. Lin Qinshu took a few cigarettes from the cigarette cabinet. These were useful things, and it would be a waste to leave them here. Mr. Lin, what's your license plate number? I'll let the system record it and get you a special parking space. Sun Ji is worthy of being the property manager of Jin Mao building. He can handle these trivial details clearly. After Sun Ji said this, Lin Qinshu remembered that he had not even checked the license plate. He quickly took out his phone to check the photos he had taken before. The license plate clearly read Magic A10000. When Lin Qinshu saw the license plate, he was stunned. It was such a neat license plate number. The license plate number alone must be worth a lot of money. When Sun Ji saw the license plate number, he respected Lin Qinshu even more. In Shanghai, if you want to have such a good license plate number, you need more than just money. From the license plate, you can tell that the new owner of Jin Mao building is not a simple person. Lin Qinshu and his companions came to the lobby on the first floor accompanied by Sun Ji. Just as they were about to say goodbye, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Boss Sun, I called you but you didn't answer. So you are here." When Lin Qinshu saw the person coming, he was stunned for a moment, because the person who called Sun Ji was Chen Jie, whom he met on the way here. "Hey, Mr. Lin, you are here too. Do you work here too?" Chen Jie was a little surprised, and her eyes glanced at Ye Mengxi beside him. Lin Qinshu nodded and smiled, but did not answer. "Mr. Chen, is there anything I can help you with?" Sun Ji originally wanted Chen Jie to wait a while before talking, but now that he saw that Chen Jie knew Lin Qinshu, that was a different story. "Oh, it's what I told you before. We are planning to expand our office space. Didn't you say before that there was no extra space? Now I heard that Mo Jin Media on the 17th floor is moving out, and I wanted to ask if you can rent it to me." Chen Jie also heard about Mo Jin Media on the 17th floor. It was said that they had offended an important person, so they were kicked out. Jin Mao building has never been troubled by the lack of rentals, so when she heard the news, she kept contacting Sun Ji. She also runs a media company, and if Mo Jin Media moved out, it would be a ready-made office space for her, saving even the decoration. However, Sun Ji was entertaining Lin Qinshu and did not answer any calls. Upon hearing this, Sun Ji glanced at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu said, "Manager Sun, don't worry about me, just follow the normal process. Miss Chen, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After that, he and Ye Mengxi walked out of the hall. Chen Jie asked Sun Ji in confusion, "Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also a tenant of our Jin Mao building? What did he mean by that just now?" Sun Ji looked at Chen Jie and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Chen and Mr. Lin are not very familiar with each other. Otherwise, you don't need to come to me for renting the 17th floor." Chen Jie was even more confused. "Who else should I look for if not you? Aren't you the manager of Jin Mao building?" Sun Ji laughed. "Mr. Lin is the new boss of Jin Mao building. He has the final say over the entire building. The rent you pay is for him. You know Mr. Lin, so you can go to him directly. But now you have found me, and since you know Mr. Lin, I will rent the 17th floor to you first. I'll have someone send the contract to you later." After saying that, Sun Ji turned and left. Chen Jie was petrified on the spot. She originally thought that seeing Lin Qinshu driving a sports car was just a rich second generation. Unexpectedly, Sun Ji told her that the entire Jin Mao building belonged to Lin Qinshu. Chen Jie couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Qinshu. Jin Mao building was originally a building of a large group. Normally speaking, if that group was going to the point of selling Jin Mao building, it would mean that the group was not far from bankruptcy. But I haven't heard any negative news about that big group recently. And the little girl next to Lin Qinshu just now seemed a little familiar. I wonder if she is his girlfriend. Chen Jie walked into the elevator while thinking, completely unaware that she had become extremely curious about Lin Qinshu. When a woman is curious about a man, that is the beginning of her fall. Ye Mengxi, who was in the car, looked a little lonely. Not only did Chen Jie see her, she also saw Chen Jie's beautiful appearance. Now that my favorite senior has become so outstanding, won't there be a lot of people who like him in the future? Meng, what are you thinking about? Lin Qinshu noticed that she was absent-minded, but he couldn't guess why Ye Mengxi was like this. Chapter 16. Many people will like it, including me. Ye Mengxi came back to her senses and smiled at Lin Qinshu. "Senior, that sister just now was so beautiful. Is she your friend?" "Oh, I met her on the road this morning. She was caught by a scammer and I happened to pass by, so I helped her out. I only know her name is Chen Jie and nothing else." Lin Qinshu now roughly guessed the reason why Ye Mengxi was in a trance. It turned out that she was jealous. It was the first time for him to have a woman be jealous of him. He felt very happy. Thinking back to the past, even if he got close to a girl, he would not even ask. Meng, I've called you Meng for several years, why are you still so polite in calling me senior? Ye Mengxi's pretty face turned slightly red. Although the name, senior, did not sound that friendly, Ye Mengxi only called Lin Qinshou senior. She called other seniors brothers. This was also her little secret. But she didn't plan to let Lin Qinshou know this little secret. Then I'll call you Brother Qinshou from now on. Lin Qinshou's face was filled with black lines, as calling him that turned him into a beastly brother. No, just call me Brother Qin, or Brother Shou. This way we can be closer. Ye Mengxi chuckled. She had done that on purpose. Then just call me Brother Qin. Brother Qin is good. He. Ye Mengxi reacted immediately when she saw the smirk on Lin Qinshou's face. Oh, senior, you are so annoying. Ye Mengxi covered her slightly red cheeks. She was in a daze when she got in the car just now, but now she has come to her senses and seen the luxurious decoration inside the car. Brother Shou, your car must be very expensive. This is my first time riding in a sports car. Ye Mengxi touched it left and right. Her family ran a small business and her father had a BMW, but compared to the car in front of her, it seemed incomparable. It seems to be more than 20 million. I don't know the exact amount. It was given to me by someone else. What Lin Qinshou said was correct. This was a gift from the system after he completed the task. Brother Shou, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Why were you so low-key in school before? By the way, your girlfriend broke up with you after knowing you are so rich. She must be regretting it so much. After hearing that Lin Qinshou was single again last night, she was secretly delighted. The fact that Lin Qinshou was single also meant that her secret love could turn into an open love. Lin Qinshou showed a bitter smile on his face and said, she doesn't know. Forget it. We are not destined to be together. I think I have seen through her now. His mind became clearer after the breakup. Looking back on the past, he realized that he had never loved him. Ye Mengxi stretched out her small hand and placed it on Lin Qinshou's right hand that was holding the gear lever. Brother Shou, don't be sad. It's that woman who is unlucky. There will be better ones in the future. You are such a good person with such good conditions. There will definitely be many people who like you. A lot of people. Including you. Lin Qinshou looked at her with a sly smile. He had already obtained Ye Mengxi's favorability score from the system, just like he had opened his third eye while playing games. Ye Mengxi's pretty face immediately turned red, and she instantly retracted the soft hand on Lin Qinshou's right hand and grabbed the corner of her clothes. I don't know, senior, you are so mean. Lin Qinshou smiled and thought it was fine to this extent. If he was too eager for success, Ye Mengxi might feel that he was a scumbag. If his favorability dropped, he would lose a lot. Meng, you have so many suitors around you, why did you ask me to accompany you to the interview? Lin Qinshou asked the question he wanted to ask since he saw Ye Mengxi last night. Logically speaking, apart from being a little tall, he should be very ordinary in other aspects. Even the system only gave him an attribute score of 6,666. How could he have the virtue to win the heart of a school belle with a beauty score of over 90 points? It's because you didn't pursue me. Ye Mengxi winked at him playfully. Lin Qinshou chuckled twice. He was not a fickle person. After he got involved with He would not even look at other girls, let alone have any other thoughts. In He's words, he is an honest man. But today, he is no longer an honest man. Being honest will only lead to being bullied at will. From today on, Lin Qinshou will become a sea king, no longer stop at a tree, and develop a forest. I am from Shancheng. I have never left my parents since I was a child. Coming to Shanghai to study at university is the first time I live away from my parents. After arriving at the school, I was confused and at a loss. At this time, the senior was like a ray of light, leading me to adapt to the school life. He was worried that I would not adapt well, so he took me out for a month to familiarize me with every corner of the campus. Ye Mengxi looked at Lin Qinshou who was driving, with a hint of affection in his eyes. Lin Qinshou suddenly realized that it was because she met him in a new environment that she became somewhat dependent on him. It was not because of his charm, but because he accidentally took advantage of a girl when she was at her most vulnerable. But this also answered a question in his mind. At least he knew why Ye Mengxi had a crush on him. Lin Qinshou drove his car and stopped at the school gate. At this time, the campus security guard Uncle Wang came forward and said that students were not allowed to drive into the campus at will and needed to apply for registration. Lin, where did you get this sports car? It's so cool. After the car window rolled down, Uncle Wang was a little surprised to see the person driving inside. Lin Qinshu was quite familiar with the security uncle and often invited him to drink beer. Lin Qinshu took out the cigarette he had just taken from Jin Mao building from the car and handed it to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, I just bought a new car. Can you please help me register it? Uncle Wang's eyes widened when he saw the two white shoes that Lin Qinshu handed to him. Ahem. Registration is a small problem. Just drive in and I'll give you the access card tomorrow. Don't buy such expensive cigarettes next time. Uncle Wang said as he took the 2 packs of cigarettes that Lin Qinshu had in his arms. After Lin Qinshu left, Uncle Wang looked around to see if anyone had seen him. There were more than one security guard here, and he was reluctant to share such good cigarettes with others. Hey, I was so busy looking at the cigarettes that I didn't even see who the girl in Lin's car was. Uncle Wang muttered. A Pagani Wind shuttled through Zhejiang University, attracting the attention of countless people. Lin Qinshu parked the car downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Thank you, senior, for accompanying me to the interview today. Although I failed the interview, I am still very happy. When Ye Mengxi was about to open the car door, she turned back and said, many people will like a good person like Brother Shou, including me. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Mengxi leaned over and kissed Lin Qinshu on the cheek, then quickly got out of the car and ran back to the dormitory. Lin Qinshu was also stunned by this sudden attack for a few seconds, and then a smile appeared unconsciously on his lips. He stepped on the accelerator and left the girls' dormitory. Chapter 17 Basic Properties of Skyrocketing. After parking the car in the dormitory parking area, Lin Qinshu walked back to the dormitory on foot. There are countless students who drive to Zhejiang University, so the school has specially designated parking areas for students to park. After all, this is Shanghai, and the last thing it lacks is rich second generations. Lin Qinshu walked back to the dormitory and found that no one was in the dormitory. Suddenly he remembered that today was Friday. Xie Liu took his girlfriend Guanyan out to play, Fan Jinqiang went out to meet his friends, and Li Wuqi went out to work. In this dormitory, only Li Wuqi's family conditions are slightly worse. Xie Liu is a rich second generation, while Lin Qinshu and Fan Jinqiang are relatively better off. They are not poor, but they are not rich either. I had made a little money and wanted to take my brothers out to have some fun, but they were all gone. Lying on the bed, Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered that he still had some unused attribute points. He quickly opened the system character panel. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charm, 6. The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has normal values among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Wind. Luxury house, Yunu Villa not claimed, balance, 599,053. Except for the 1 point added to strength, the others are still 6 points. The system also has a point added to all attributes, which I have not used. In addition, accompanying Ye Mengxi to the interview also adds 1 attribute point. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshu decided to add that attribute to his physique. Only when the physique is strong can the others be strong. System, use all the attribute points, and add the extra point to your physical fitness. Ding! All attributes +1, physical attribute +1, the host has been helped to improve. The improvement process is a bit painful, the system will help the host enter a sleeping state. Before Lin Qinshu could react, the system shut down his computer and he fell asleep on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lin Qinshu raised his hand and found that his body was sticky. After getting off the bed, he found that his whole body became very light. At the moment, Lin Qinshu had no time to check himself, as the dirt all over his body emitted a foul stench. After taking a shower, Lin Qinshu threw away all the bedding and mattress on the bed. All the dirt had seeped in during sleep, and there would be a smell even if they were washed. Fortunately, he had the money to buy new ones. After doing all this, he opened the system panel to check. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 7. Charm, 7. The maximum attributes of ordinary people are 10, and the host has normal values among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Wind. Luxury house, Yunlu Villa not claimed. Balance, 599,053. His physique and strength were both 8, and his spirit and charisma were only 7. Lin Qinshu waved his fist, and even made a sound like a fist. With his current physique, he should be able to meet the standards of a special forces soldier. Now if he meets Li Qianzong's group again, even without Ip Man on his body, he can deal with most of them. Lin Qinshu looked in the mirror and found that his abdominal muscles, which were originally one piece, were now divided into 8 pieces. The appearance also seems to have become much more pleasing to the eye, and the increase in charm still has a significant effect. Lin Qinshu picked up his phone and found several messages on it. Ye Mengxi, brother Shou, actually I only call you senior. Ye Mengxi, brother Shou, I will still call you senior from now on. I think it is more intimate. Ye Mengxi, senior, are you busy? Ye Mengxi, senior, is my love for you causing you trouble? If so, I can continue to put away my feelings. Ye Mengxi, senior, I'm sorry. I Shou and T have kissed you and confessed to you. Can you please stop ignoring me? The time span of the messages was from afternoon to early morning. It seemed that I didn't reply to the messages, which made this girl think too much. Lin Qinshu, Meng, I'm sorry, I fell asleep right after I came back yesterday afternoon. I just woke up, silly, how can your love be a problem? I'm so happy. As soon as the message was sent and Lin Qinshu was about to exit to check other messages, Ye Mengxi's reply came. Ye Mengxi, that's great. I thought senior would ignore me from now on. Woohoo! I didn't sleep all night just to wait for senior's news. So does senior accept me now? Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. Is this the woman whose favorability reaches 90? She actually stayed up all night just because he didn't reply to her message. This made his vanity explode instantly. Lin Qinshu, go to sleep first. When you wake up, I will tell you in person. I don't have the habit of expressing my feelings on WeChat. Ye Mengxi, okay, I'll go to sleep now. When I wake up I'll send a message to my senior. Lin Qinshu exited the chat page with Ye Mengxi and so that Chen Jie also sent him a message, saying that she was thanking him and that because of him, Sun Ji had priority in renting the 17th floor of Jin Mao building to her, and asked Lin Qinshu if he had time for dinner in the evening. Lin Qinshu replied that he was busy and said nothing more. Although it was a date with a beautiful woman, he thought that he should have a date with Ye Mengxi at night. No matter how long he slept, Ye Mengxi should wake up at night. He should eat this thing in his mouth first, and then go to develop his downline. Chen Jie, who had just arrived at the company, looked unhappy after seeing Lin Qinshu's message. After all, this was the first time I asked a guy out for dinner. I was rejected so cleanly without even explaining why I was not free. I typed so many words, but in the end I only replied to her with 2 words. If it were any other man, he would definitely have a lot of explanations about why he is busy. No. If it were any other man, he would never reject her. Lin Qinshu, I will make you regret rejecting me. Lin Qinshu didn't know that the 2 words he casually replied had aroused Chen Jie's desire to win. Chen Jie was now not only curious about Lin Qinshu, but her proud desire to win was also aroused. Lin Qinshu, who was staying in the dormitory, didn't know about these things. He transferred the 600,000 yuan yesterday and was planning to transfer some money to his parents. Lin Qinshu thought about it and decided to transfer 100,000 yuan back home first. If he transferred too much, his family would not dare to accept it. He would have to explain for a long time just for this 100,000 yuan. He took out his phone and operated it, and a limit interface popped up. The daily limit of his Shanghai bank card was 10,000 yuan. Damn, what a humiliation this is for a future super rich man like him. It seems that he has to go to the Magic City Bank today to deal with this limit issue. After going to the bank, he still has to go to collect the house and live in the new house on the weekend. Lin Qinshu changed his clothes and found that they were a bit tight. The improvement in his physique had turned his fat into tendon meat, so he could no longer wear clothes. Chapter 18 Meeting Chen Shanshan again. He had to buy some new clothes. He took the car keys to the parking lot and found many students standing around his car taking pictures. Oh shit! It's actually the Pagani Wind. This is a legendary car. Only 100 of these luxury sports cars were made. Each one costs 25 million. Although there is no shortage of rich second generations in our school, there shouldn't be many rich second generations who can drive a sports car worth more than 20 million. That's just because you don't know. What magic city lacks the least is rich people. There aren't many Pagani Zonders in China. If I could drive one for a couple of laps, I'd call the owner my godfather. You wish. You want to call me dad. I don't even look down on you, such a wretched son. Excuse me. The group of students surrounded Lin Qinshuo's car, and it was difficult for him to squeeze in. Are you here to see the car too? Didn't you see that we have to queue up? I got there first, why should I give up my seat to you? A bystander stood up straight and stopped him from entering. Lin Qinshuo reluctantly took out his car key and pressed it. You are blocking my car. Shock. Petrified. I thought the car owner was a handsome, rich second-generation man with his own aura. It turned out to be an ordinary student with plain appearance. Although he was not ugly, he did not look like a rich person at all. He was far from the impression they had of a rich second generation. Lin Qinshuo ignored their shock, pulled away the students who were blocking the road, got in the car and drove away. Lin Qin followed the navigation to the nearest Modu bank. This place made him feel familiar. Suddenly he remembered that this was the place where he sent Chen Shanshan last time. He didn't know if Chen Shanshan had passed the interview. After Lin Qinshuo parked the car, he walked into the Magic City Bank. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Shanshan. Wearing the bank's black uniform, in front of her was a middle-aged woman who seemed to be Chen Shanshan's boss and was lecturing her. Why do you think you were hired by us? Do you know how many students graduate from the University of Finance and Economics every year? A lot of graduate students come to our bank for interviews, but they were all rejected. Why were you hired? It's because you are beautiful. Your beauty is an advantage. We asked you to meet with clients, but you dared to offend them. Don't you want to do this job anymore? The middle-aged woman scolded. Being scolded like that in the bank lobby, Chen Shanshan's face showed both a grieved and unwilling expression. This was Chen Shanshan's second day at work. On her first day, her boss assigned her the task of visiting. The person who came to petition was the son of a group. The moment the rich second generation saw Chen Shanshan, his eyes lit up and he said that he was willing to cooperate with all of Chen Shanshan's work. The inexperienced Chen Shanshan thought she was lucky to have met a client who was easy to talk to. However, when the other party put his dirty hand on her shoulder and said he wanted to take her to a hotel, she realized that he had bad intentions. She quickly stood up, slapped him in the face, and ran away. The boss of that group immediately called the Magic City Bank to complain about Chen Shanshan, and even threatened to withdraw the money and no longer cooperate with the Magic City Bank, which led to this scene. Young Master Li said that as long as you go there today and satisfy him with your attitude, he will designate you as his private banker. Then you can continue to stay and work here, and even have private banking clients. Your salary will increase several times, and you will be able to become a regular employee immediately. Think about it carefully, is your insignificant things more important, or is having a better material life more important? The middle-aged woman snorted coldly and turned into the office. Ding! It is detected that beauties with a beauty score higher than 90 are in trouble. Choice 1, ignore it and let the beauty fall into the tiger's mouth, and you will be rewarded with 10 million yuan in cash. Choice 2, become Chen Shanshan's private bank, help her complete the savings performance, and successfully get promoted and get a raise. Reward 1 billion dubi, and a Lamborghini poison, a super rich man's car. Lin Qinshuo, who was standing at the door of the bank watching the excitement, was startled by the sudden task reminder sound. Looking carefully at the tasks on the panel, he felt that he wanted both of them very much. What he lacked most at the moment was cash. As long as he did nothing, he could get 10 million. If he helped Chen Shanshan, he could get 1 billion dubi, but dubi was useless to him who didn't watch live broadcasts much, unless he found someone to join forces with him and give him crazy rewards to convert the money. There was also a Lamborghini Veneno, which was a little redundant for him. His Pagani Zonder hasn't even driven 100 kilometers yet, and he got a new car. He also heard that Juyo was a luxury car worth 100 million yuan, and he would rather have the 100 million yuan turned into cash, so that he can have real wealth in his pocket. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshuo decided to choose the second option. The results of both options were beneficial to him, but he couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman fall into the mouth of a tiger. How could he give up such a beautiful girl? Lin Qinshuo walked behind Chen Shanshan and said, "Hello, I want to ask, do I need a number to increase my card limit?" Lin Qinshuo pretended to ask. After all, Chen Shanshan had a low impression of him, and if he didn't have a chance encounter, his subsequent plans would not be able to proceed. Chen Shanshan quickly wiped the tears of grievance from the corners of her eyes, turned around with a smile on her face, and when they saw Lin Qinshu, they were both stunned. Chen Shanshan was stunned because she saw Lin Qinshu, while Lin Qinshu was stunned because he saw Chen Shanshan smile. Although they spent a short time together that day, he never saw Chen Shanshan smile along the way. It turns out that beauties with a beauty score of over 90 can be so stunning and breathtaking when they smile. Chen Shanshan was the first to react and said, "Thank you for that day." Lin Qinshu smiled and joked, "It seems that the interview was successful. Then you have money to compensate me for repairing the car." Chen Shanshan suddenly became a little flustered. "Well, I just started working. I will compensate you when I get paid." Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, "I'm just kidding. How about this? The tears in your eyes haven't dried yet. I'm a gossipy person. Tell me why you are crying, and I won't ask you to fix it." Lin Qinshu used the old routine again. Chen Shanshan smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was not in the habit of complaining to strangers. "You just said you wanted to increase your limit, right? Come over here, I'll help you with it. Give me your ID card and bank card." Chen Shanshan walked to the side and picked up a tablet computer. Seeing that his old routine had no effect, Lin Qinshu decided not to mention it for the time being. After operating the tablet for a while, Chen Shanshan saw the balance in Lin Qinshu's card, which was more than 590,000 yuan. For people who work in a bank, this amount of money is really a common balance. But for Chen Shanshan, this was the largest sum of money she had ever seen. After all, it was only her second day at work. "Your limit here is 10,000 yuan a day. How much do you want to adjust it to?" Chen Shanshan entered the working state, making Lin Qinshu beside her a little dazed. Chapter 19 Low-End Customers. He, can there be no limit? Lin Qinshu came back to his senses and thought about it. Having a limit is always troublesome. Although there are only more than 500,000 yuan in it now, it will increase in the future. And if he remembered correctly, today should be the day for collecting rent from the Jin Mao building. He would soon receive a large sum of rent, so it would be too uncomfortable to set a limit. "My authority is limited to a maximum of 100,000 a day for you. If there is no limit, you need to have a private bank and a dedicated bank accountant." Chen Shanshan had participated in training on bank work before coming to work, so she knew a thing or two about these things. Private banking. Lin Qinshu didn't know much about this and didn't know what it meant. Chen Shanshan patiently explained, "Private banking means that there is a financial director in this bank who is responsible for your account balance. You need to have a very high deposit to apply for private banking." Lin Qinshu suddenly realized that with his current savings, he couldn't get into private banking, so he would have to wait a little longer to reach the limit. You can only apply for a private bank deposit of more than 50 million, or apply for a good quota to persuade a client to deposit 50 million. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's just 50 million. Won't it be solved by asking Sun Ji to transfer part of the rent in advance? Lin Qinshu's eyes rolled slightly, and another plan came to his mind. Actually, I just heard your boss scolding you. Would it be helpful to you if I became your private banking client? Lin Qinshu suggested. Chen Shanshan stared at Lin Qinshu blankly, not knowing what he meant. After coming to her senses, she said, "Since you heard it, it's okay to tell you. Originally, Mr. Li had a deposit of 50 million, so my boss asked me to apply to be his private bank. Who knew that Mr. Li had bad intentions and made advances, so I slapped him in the face." She was still very angry when she talked about this. "Student Lin, first of all, I have to thank you, but I still don't need your help. I don't want to stay in this dirty place for a moment. The worst that can happen is that I'll go deliver food. I have hands and feet, I can't starve to death." Chen Shanshan suddenly realized that it was impossible for her to ask Li Xiao for forgiveness, so she could only say goodbye to this hard-earned job. As for Lin Qinshu's offer to help her, she didn't take it to heart. Maybe she felt that Lin Qinshu couldn't help her and was just saying it casually. Lin Qinshu also admires people with strong self-esteem. If it were him, he would probably bow his head for money countless times. But if one's self-esteem is too strong, life will be very tiring. And he has a mission to accomplish. He must help Chen Shanshan solve the current troubles before he can get the reward. "Can you guarantee that you won't be treated like this in other places? You may be able to quit your job and avoid it once, but But what about the next time? This is how society is. No matter where you go or what industry you are in, your beautiful appearance is a flower that attracts bees. If you want to completely solve this problem in you, you have to make yourself outstanding. Lin Qinshuo's expression became serious when he said this. Chen Shanshan suddenly found that the man in front of her seemed much more pleasing to the eye than a few days ago. She didn't know whether it was because Lin Qinshuo's charm had increased a little or Chen Shanshan had changed her opinion of him. Lin Qinshuo didn't wait for Chen Shanshan's reply, took out his cell phone and made a call. Manager Sun, please transfer the rent you receive first to my card at Modu Bank. Lin Qinshuo didn't know whether the people in Jin Mao building would pay the rent on time, because Morin Media owed 2/4 of rent, and who knew if other merchants would also owe rent. Okay, we'll go through the special channel right away and guarantee that the rent will be deposited into your card within 2 minutes. Sun Ji originally wanted to finish the process today, but he didn't expect Lin Qinshuo to call him early in the morning. In his opinion, this might be Mr. Lin testing his work ability, so he went to handle the matter without stopping after hanging up the phone. Not long after he hung up the phone rang with a message alert. Lin Qinshuo looked at the outdated 8th generation Apple phone and thought that he should change to a better one. In the past, it was because he had no money, and this phone could only play games smoothly. Now it is different. With his current ability, he can easily buy dozens of phones to play games. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 300 million yuan, and the balance is 300,599,053 yuan. 300 million. I didn't expect that there would be 300 million in funds in just 1 quarter. Has Sun Ji collected all the rent so early? This made Lin Qinshuo himself confused. The original bank balance of 590,000 was already very considerable for him, and he hadn't even started spending the money yet, but suddenly he had an extra 300 million. The second message on the phone was from Sun Ji, which meant that the rent had been collected in full, and some of it was left in the building's account, so he transferred an integer to Lin Qinshuo. Tap, tap, tap. There was a sound of footsteps coming down the stairs beside me. A woman in a bank uniform ran down from downstairs. Lin Qinshuo looked at her and found that she was also a pretty girl, but she walked in a twisting manner, as if she was walking like that on purpose to show off her charm. The girl rolled her eyes when she saw Chen Shanshan. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Originally, I was the one who went to find Li Xiao. Sister Wu asked me to give you a chance to perform, but you messed it up. Now there is another big client in the bank, who just transferred 300 million to our account. I won't give it to you again. If you mess up another client, our branch may have to be closed down. The middle-aged woman who had just scolded Chen Shanshan also opened the office door and walked out. Seeing Chen Shanshan still there, she frowned and scolded, "Why are you still here? Go find Mr. Li." Chen Shanshan bit her lip and frowned slightly. I am applying for a limit increase for this customer. As soon as their voice fell, the woman beside him laughed out loud. Har har har, it seems that you are only qualified to do these low-class things. It's a pity that Sister Wu still has high hopes for you. It's really sad. The woman said with a sarcastic tone and looked at Lin Qinshuo with contempt. The middle-aged woman called Sister Wu also shook her head in disappointment. Is this how Magic City Bank treats guests? Lin Qinshuo was a little angry and laughed. This green tea bitch didn't even avoid him at all and called him a low-class person right in front of him. The woman was even more disdainful after hearing this. Is the deposit 100,000 or 200,000? Do you know how much the deposit of the customer I'm going to find later is? Compared with the customers with hundreds of millions, you are low end. After saying that, she took out her phone and started making a call. This was the information of a big client she had just obtained from the inside. She had not given out the private banking quota until now just to wait for a big client. What I miss is being able to talk about everything, what I miss is dreaming together. Lin Qinshuo's cell phone rang at the right time. From their conversation just now, he could tell that the big client worth 300 million should be him, and the other party even said in front of him that he was a low-end client. Chapter 20 Mr. Lin, please stay. Lin Qinshuo smiled coldly and answered the phone. Mr. Lin, I'm Yarn Yang from Modu Bank. I see that you have a deposit of 300 million yuan in our bank, which has reached our private banking standards. From today on, Xiao Yang will be at your service 24 hours a day. As soon as the call was connected, Yarn Yang's flattering look appeared on her face, and she deliberately emphasized the word 24 hours. Really? But someone just said that I'm a low-end customer. Lin Qinshu looked at Yarn Yang, who had her back to him, with a sneer on his face. How could that be? You are so capable. Yarn Yang suddenly reacted, turned around abruptly, and saw Lin Qinshu holding the phone and looking at her coldly. Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you, so I said some unpleasant words. Yarn Yang is indeed the green tea that Lin Qinshu has identified. She quickly changed her stunned expression and put on a smiling face. She came to Lin Qinshu, bowed and apologized, revealing the deep ravines in her eyes. Chen Shanshan was stunned at the moment. She thought Lin Qinshu was just saying it casually, but she didn't expect that he would easily transfer 300 million into her account. 300 million? Even if she worked for 2 more lifetimes, she couldn't make that much money. Sister Wu reacted quickly and stepped forward quickly. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wu Qian, the financial director of this bank. I am very sorry. It is my fault for not disciplining the staff well and causing them to speak without thinking. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin right away? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment from you. Yarn Yang said as she threw a suggestive glance at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu pretended not to see it. I am so disappointed with the attitude of the Magic City Bank. I transferred the funds here for Shanshan's sake. Now that I see you bullying Shanshan like this, I don't need to transfer the next 1 billion. Shanshan, go and hand in your resignation. It's better not to stay in such a place. At worst, you can come to my company to work in finance. With me here, no one dares to bully you. Wu Qian and Yarn Yang's faces suddenly turned horrified when they heard this. Another 1 billion yuan would be transferred in later? If such a big customer left the Magic City Bank because of the two of them, their jobs would basically be over. Shanshan, why didn't you tell us earlier that you had such a big client like Mr. Lin? Our branch has neglected Mr. Lin. Wu Qian has long forgotten about Mr. Li. The Mr. Lin in front of her is comparable to 6 Mr. Lis. What's going on? Why are you all blocking here? A middle-aged man walked into the bank and shouted with a frown. When Wu Qian saw the bank president coming, she hurried forward and explained the reason to him. When the bank president understood the situation, he immediately put on a smiling face and walked towards Lin Qinshu. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the president of this branch, Wu Xiugan. Let's go to my office and talk. Lin Qinshu nodded, took Chen Shanshan's hand, and followed Wu Xiugan. Chen Shanshan's face was slightly red at this moment. This was the first time that a man held her hand, and Lin Qinshu's calling her Shanshan just now made her blush. However, she knew that Lin Qinshu was helping her and was deliberately putting on a show for others to see, so she didn't say anything. In the president's office, Wu Xiugan was handing a cigarette to Lin Qinshu with a flattering smile on his face. As the bank president, he is flexible and can act arrogantly in front of his subordinates, but he can work like a slave in front of his financial backers. Regardless of whether the 1 billion that Lin Qinshu mentioned exists or not, there are indeed 300 million in this bank. Mr. Lin, I failed to discipline my subordinates properly, which led to their rudeness. I am willing to give you a big gift package and assign you the best financial team to help you with risk control and other things. If you have any other requirements, we can discuss everything. Wu Xiugan's servile appearance made Lin Qinshu feel extremely comfortable inside. This was the feeling of being rich. President Wu, do you think I care about the so-called big gift package and the financial team? I transferred the money to your bank because of Shanshan, but now I feel very disappointed. Shanshan doesn't plan to do it anymore. Please approve my resignation and I will take Shanshan away. Lin Qinshu retreated to advance. His goal was the mission, to help Chen Shanshan solve her predicament, and even get a promotion and a raise. It is impossible for a person who has just started working to get promoted immediately, so Lin Qinshu can only use this method to force the other party to let Chen Shanshan get promoted. Wu Xiugan looked at Chen Shanshan meaningfully. Wu Qian had just told him the whole process, but had just glossed over the matter of Chen Shanshan. It seemed that the main reason lay with this girl. Wu Xiugan's eyes rolled slightly, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Hello, Xiao Chen, you just came to work, this is the first time we meet. Modu Bank is still a very good company, but some people may do something that makes you unhappy because I am too busy and neglect to discipline them. I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. As for the resignation, you see. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu somewhat at a loss. Wu Xiugan's target was obviously Lin Qinshu, and he kept her just to keep Lin Qinshu as a big client. But she didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Qinshu because of her own affairs, so she looked at him. Lin Qinshu gently patted the back of her hand and said to Wu Xiugan, "President Wu, there are jobs everywhere. Instead of letting Shanshan suffer here, it is better to let her resign. I can support her with my ability. If this is the sincerity of your Magic City Bank, then we will take our leave." Lin Qinshu pulled Chen Shanshan up from the sofa and was about to walk out the door. "Mr. Lin, please stay." Wu Xiugan stood up quickly. Losing such a big customer like this would be a huge loss for their bank. In his heart, he kept cursing Wu Qian and Yarn Yang, two bitches who were always causing trouble but could not do anything good. Lin Qinshu stopped and turned around and said, "President Wu, don't say that I'm difficult to talk to. I'll give you one more chance and give me a satisfactory plan. Otherwise, I will ask other banks to come to you to transfer the 300 million. Once the money has entered the bank, if you want to transfer it out in full, the bank will set various restrictions. However, if Lin Qinshu found another bank to act as his full agent, these things would become much simpler. Mr. Lin, in view of the harm caused to you by the arrogance of some of our employees, Wu Qian will be demoted from financial director to financial specialist. Yarn Yang's financial specialist will be demoted to bank receptionist, and Chen Shanshan will be promoted to financial director and Mr. Lin's private banking butler. Are you satisfied with this treatment?" Wu Xiugan gritted his teeth and made personnel changes. Wu Qian was his cousin, and now in order to retain big clients, his cousin had to betray him. Chapter 21 Yilu Villa Number 1. Lin Qinshu raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. His goal had basically been achieved. In that case, I'm not someone who's difficult to talk to. If I'm not satisfied, it would be too much. Just do as President Wu says. I feel relieved to have Shanshan as my private bank butler. Chen Shanshan was also overwhelmed by the news at the moment, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. After realizing what was going on, he quickly refused. No, President, I'm just a newcomer. How can I be the financial director? Please take back your decision. What a stupid teammate. Lin Qinshu cursed in his heart. However, Wu Xiugan was also a smart person and naturally would not let Chen Shanshan refuse. It doesn't matter. I will let Wu Qian be your assistant so that you can get familiar with the work. This matter is settled. I have submitted the personnel appointment letter to the higher-ups. With my identity as a branch manager, it can be done in one day at most. Wu Xiugan was afraid that Lin Qinshu would go back on his word, so he typed on the keyboard while speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, the appointment application was approved for review, and an announcement was also posted on the official website of Modu Bank. Chen Shanshan didn't even have the chance to refuse and was promoted just like that. Seeing that the mission was completed, Lin Qinshu also planned to leave. Then I'll have to trouble President Wu to take care of our Shanshan. Shanshan, I have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't accompany you for lunch. You just became the director and you have a lot of things to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Qinshu said as he opened his arms and quickly hugged Chen Shanshan, then quickly left the place. After acting for so long, he was almost immersed in the role. He helped Chen Shanshan get a promotion and a raise, so it was not too much to ask for a hug. Chen Shanshan was still in a daze, and Lin Qinshu hugged her, but she didn't react. Her face was just now slightly red. This was the first time in her life that she had such an intimate behavior with the opposite sex. She also knew that Lin Qinshu was taking advantage of her, but at the moment she didn't seem to mind. Sitting in the car, Lin Qinshu was still savoring the soft embrace just now. It wouldn't be too much to ask for some interest while Chen Shanshan didn't react. Lin Qinshu took out his cell phone and looked for the phone number of the Yinu Villa sales office that day. Today he took their house, and in the evening he took Ye Mengxi out for dinner, to go through the dating ceremony and say goodbye to the life of the fifth lady. Since the Cold War with He for several months, he relied on the fifth lady to relieve the pressure in his heart. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Li Qing. Are you coming over today? As soon as the call was connected, the other party directly called out Lin Qinshu's name. These gold medal salesmen still have some outstanding qualities. Yes, I'll be there now, it'll take about half an hour. Lin Qinshu checked the navigation and saw that the distance was less than 20 kilometers, but the traffic in the city was complicated, so half an hour would be enough. Okay, Li Qing is waiting for you. Boom. Lin Qinshu stepped on the accelerator and left the place. Ding. Congratulations to their host for completing the task of helping Chen Shanshan get promoted and get a pay raise. You will be rewarded with 1 billion dubi and a Lamborghini poison, a super rich and show-off car. Ding. The Lamborghini Venom has been placed in the host's Unuviller garage. When Lin Qinshu heard the prompt sound, a smile appeared on his face. Lamborghini Venom is worth 100 million. 100 million dubi, a ratio of 110, 100 million dubi is needed to get 100 million dubi. If it is converted, it will be 50 million. However, for Lin Qinshu's current financial resources, there is no need to convert it, just use it to reward the anchor. The most important thing is that this mission rescued a girl with a beauty score of 93. And I believe that I have already left a mark in her heart. There is still a long way to go. As long as I work harder, I will be able to conquer Chen Shanshan. In the past, Lin Qinshu always wanted to be wholeheartedly devoted to others. After the He incident, and after getting this super rich system, he felt that he was a fool before. He actually gave up a forest for a tree. Half an hour later, Lin Qinshu arrived at the sales office of Unuviller. At a glance, besides 2 tall security guards, there was only one person at the door of the sales office wearing a black uniform skirt, with a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. On her pretty face, there was a pair of bright big eyes, and a hint of a signature smile at the corner of her mouth. After seeing Lin Qinshu, he walked over slowly and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the sales and housekeeper in charge of Unuviller number 1. I am dedicated to serving you 24 hours a day. 24-hour service. Is this what I thought?" Lin Qinshu started to daydream because of Li Qing's words. Li Qing in front of him did not trigger the system's notification sound, which meant that her appearance did not reach 90 points, but in Lin Qinshu's opinion, even if it was not 90 points, it was very close. How could it be more than 85 points? Such a beautiful woman told you that she was at your service 24 hours a day, who could not have random thoughts. "Mr. Lin, please come this way." Li Qing smiled. She was used to the way men looked at her. Everyone wanted to get her. Although she was not opposed to this kind of thing, she had to find someone with potential. Those old men would not be able to move for a few years. It was better for her to remain virgin and preserve her value. When she met a good one, she would devote herself to him. And now Lin Qinshu is her target of investigation, because he is very young and can spend 500 million in one go to buy number 1 Unuviller. His financial strength should not be underestimated. Lin Qinshu withdrew his aggressive gaze and followed Li Qing's footsteps. On the way, Li Qing explained the relevant information about Unuviller number 1. "Mr. Lin, Unuviller number 1 is the best-selling apartment in Unuviller. It was originally bought by a mysterious tycoon for 880 million yuan. After it was bought, the mysterious tycoon never lived in it. He sold it urgently some time ago. Now the owner of this best-selling apartment has become you." Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He remembered that the system told him that it was a mansion worth 500 million yuan, but the previous owner bought it for 880 million yuan. It seemed that the price was inflated. The system calculated the real price of Unuviller number 1. The two came to this huge manor, and the scene at the gate made Lin Qinshu stunned. There were 2 rows of maids wearing black maid skirts and black stockings standing at the door. What is going on? Lin Qinshu looked at the many beauties. Each of them had a beauty score of no less than 80 points, tall figures, and each pair of long legs was wearing black stockings. Li Qing chuckled and explained, "The previous owner asked me to hire these 6 women to take care of their daily life and meals. But right after they were hired, the owner sold the house to you. These maids became unemployed. It was Li Qing who took the initiative to let them stay for another day to see if you needed them." Chapter 22. I lost all my worries. I need it. I need it so much. Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart. It would be such a wonderful thing to have 6 pairs of beautiful legs in black stockings swaying in front of him every day. Lin Qinshu remained calm on the surface and did not express his inner desire. Let's talk about it later. Let's take a look at the house first and introduce the layout to me. Lin Qinshu said lightly and walked between the 6 maids. This scene surprised Li Qing a little. When she saw Lin Qinshu staring at her legs, she already thought he was a lustful man, and it was very easy to control such a person. As a result, now that more beauties have appeared, the other party has become calm instead. Was he pretending, or was the feeling he had before just an illusion? Li Qing quickly stepped forward and introduced Yunu Viller to Lin Qinshu. Li Qing walked to Lin Qinshu and approached him intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Qinshu also knew what she meant and looked at her calmly. The reason why Yunu Viller can be called a villa is that first of all, the place is big enough. There is a golf course behind the house, a huge garden, a basketball court, a temperature-controlled swimming pool upstairs, and a wine cellar in the basement with a large number of fine wines, all left by the previous owner. When we arrived at the parking lot on the side, a black carbon fiber Lamborghini Veneno came into view. Hey, when did this car appear here? It wasn't here before. Li Qing was a little surprised when she saw the Lamborghini Veneno. She often came here and had never seen this car before. This is my car. I had someone send it here. Lin Qinshu didn't know how the system got the car here, so he could only take the responsibility himself. It took more than half an hour to tour the entire villa. The two returned to the living room. Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa worth 7 figures. 6 maids came over with a plate each. Some brought red wine, some brought fruits and snacks. When they put the plates on the table, they knelt down to see their graceful curves, which made the anger that had been suppressed with great difficulty rise again. Li Qing also noticed the fire in Lin Qinshu's eyes, and took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Lin, these maids are all top students, but their majors are a little unpopular. Some are from the dance department, some are from the singing department, some are from the food department, and some are from the bartending department. You can consider keeping them. Regarding the hygiene of the villa and some garden maintenance issues, our community has special people in charge. They can take care of some of your daily life." Are these skills unpopular? There are life skills and entertainment skills, which completely meet the standards of a maid in a wealthy family. Lin Qinshu glanced at Li Qing thoughtfully. What are their salaries? Li Qing smiled and responded, an annual salary of 500,000. An annual salary of 500,000 is relatively low in this magic city, and these are all beauties, and they are top students. Although their majors are unpopular, they can still get an annual salary of 200,000 or 300,000 if they go out to work. What about yours? Lin Qinshu not only wanted these maids, he also wanted Li Qing. After all, these maids were also responsible for the management of all the affairs of number 1 Yinu Villa, which were originally managed by Li Qing. Li Qing didn't seem surprised by Lin Qinshu's question. She had been bumping Lin Qinshu's arm with her proudest part just now, just to catch his eye. I am mainly responsible for after-sales butler services, and my annual salary is between 800,000 and 1 million. Mr. Lin, do you want to poach me too? Li Qing blinked and asked knowingly. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinshu did not play by the rules. He smiled and said, "No, I just asked casually. In this case, let these 6 people stay. Your annual salary was 500,000 before, but now I can give you an annual salary of 1 million. Give me your card numbers and I will arrange the transfer now." Lin Qinshu took a sip of red wine. I feel that this red wine is pretty good. It doesn't feel bitter at first, but it has a sweet aftertaste after swallowing. I looked down and saw the words Romane Conti written on it. It turns out to be a world-famous wine. No wonder it tastes so good. Li Qing on the side was confused. She thought the person she could easily control actually did not play by the rules. Lin Qinshu really wanted Li Qing to stay here and be a housekeeper, but Li Qing was too proud. Although she appeared humble on the surface, he could still feel her arrogance. Someone who wanted to control her master had to be curbed. From the time they met until now, Li Qing has been setting the pace, trying to control Lin Qinshu within her rhythm, but Lin Qinshu is not a fool. If it was the love-brained Lin Qinshu before, he might have fallen into the trap of the other party. Now Lin Qinshu has just experienced the pain of breaking up, and his mind is extremely clear. In addition, the improvement of attribute points has eliminated his love brain. The other 6 maids heard that Lin Qinshu wanted to give them a raise to stay, and they were all delighted and walked forward to introduce themselves. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Li Shui, my major is food, and I can make all kinds of food and snacks. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Yang Man. I majored in dance. If you are bored, I can dance for you. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Xie. My major is singing. When you want to listen to music, I can sing for you. I can also sing with Man Man when she dances. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Song Yu. I graduated from the Department of Music with a major in musical instruments. I am good at many instruments, such as piano and guitar. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Yu Qian. I am a bartender by profession. I can mix all kinds of alcohol, even soft drinks. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Han Shuan. I am a medical major. If you feel unwell in the future, I can take good care of you and prescribe medicine for you. Han Shuang said as he took out a stethoscope from his shirt pocket. The 6 girls introduced themselves and performed slightly sexy movements, which made Lin Qinshuo's mouth dry. Ahem, let me first tell you my requirements. The first one is about addressing me. From now on, you should all call me master. If anyone cannot accept this, they can leave. I will not force them. The 6 girls looked at each other, their pretty faces slightly flushed as they called out to Lin Qinshuo sweetly, Master Tilda. Lin Qinshuo was moved to the core by these calls of master. It was a wonderful feeling. The maids each had their own strengths, and he finally felt what the life of rich people was like. Who said you won't lose things after you become rich? I have lost all my worries. Lin Qinshuo shouted in his heart. The second requirement is that Han Shuang must change into clothes that match your major. Also, bring your bank cards here now, and I will give you your first year's salary first. Lin Qinshuo took out his mobile phone and looked at them. Chapter 23, Controlling Li Qing. There was a hint of hesitation in the expressions of the 6 girls, which made Lin Qinshuo a little puzzled. He wanted to pay them their wages first, but they hesitated. Master, you are paying us wages now, aren't you afraid that we will run away? Li Shui asked the question they wanted to ask. They were all worried that this was Lin Qinshuo testing whether they really dared to take out the card. Lin Qinshuo suddenly smiled. It turned out that this was the reason why they were indifferent. Don't worry, this is really to pay you. As for whether you will run away after receiving the salary, I can only say it's up to you. Because if you run away with this 1 million, who knows who will suffer the greater loss at that time. Upon hearing this, the 6 girls' eyes were all determined and they quickly returned to the room to get the cards. They decided that if this was a test from Lin Qinshuo, then they must pass the test and stay. Lin Qinshuo was leaning on the sofa sipping the expensive Romanée Conti when he suddenly saw Li Qing beside him. Ms. Li, you haven't left yet. I'm already familiar with this house. Besides, I still have these maids to show me around. You can go back and get busy first. Li Qing looked a little embarrassed. She thought Lin Qinshuo was just joking just now, but now that he had ordered her to leave, he was no longer joking. Moreover, the scene of Lin Qinshuo raising the wages of the maids just now really scared her. The original annual salary of 500,000 was directly raised to 1 million, which felt like it was not money. If she could stay here, her annual salary could double. Li Qing was about to say something when Li Shui and the other girls came over with their cards. Lin Qinshuo transferred 1.2 million to them one by one. When the girls received the text message reminders, they were all stunned. They actually paid them first, and it was an extra 200,000 yuan. This 200,000 is money for you to buy clothes and jewelry on a daily basis. You don't have to wear just professional attire. Aren't there a lot of cosplay costumes now? As long as they are suitable, you can buy them and wear them. Whoever performs well will get a bonus. Lin Qinshuo thought that with such a good figure, it would be a waste if he didn't try other costumes. Moreover, his purpose of paying the salary first was to stimulate Li Qing. Giving her an extra 200,000 yuan would be like plucking a leg hair for him. Not only Li Shui and the other 6 girls were shocked, but even Li Qing, who was standing beside them, was shocked. Although she just said that her annual salary was 800,000 to 1 million, in fact, she helped the owner deal with various chores, such as recruitment, and the red envelopes she received plus her salary only made 600,000 yuan a year. When the owner of Yinlu Villa No. 1 spent 500,000 to recruit a maid, she was also tempted, but her appetite was not just this 500,000, she hoped to get more, so she held back. Nowadays, those maids earn 1 million a year, and there is an extra 200,000 for them to buy clothes. Li Qing immediately regretted it. Why was she pretending to be so noble? Otherwise, she would have the 1.2 million now. Thinking of this, Li Qing's eyes became firm, and she said to Lin Qinshuo, Mr. Lin, do you need me to be your housekeeper? I can help you with chores such as paying salaries. You only need to tell me and I can arrange everything. I'm at your service 24 hours a day. Li Qing deliberately emphasized the number 24 hours. Lin Qinshu raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth, but he looked embarrassed on the surface. But this kind of thing will be the same if I ask Li Shui and the others to do it. Li Qing's face changed when she heard this, and she quickly looked at the 6 girls with a pleading expression. The 6 girls originally stayed to be introduced to Lin Qinshu because of Li Qing's help. They were kind-hearted and remembered the favor, but they did not dare to speak up for fear of causing displeasure to their new boss. Han Shuang gritted her teeth and stood up. Master, we are usually managed by Sister Li Qing. If possible, could you recruit Sister Li Qing as well? I can take a pay cut and give half of my salary to Sister Li Qing. Li Qing looked at Han Shuang gratefully. At the same time, the other 5 women also spoke out to persuade her, and their meaning was roughly the same as Han Shuang's. Lin Qinshu's face turned cold. Are you forcing me to do something? The girls' faces suddenly changed. They all stood where they were and dared not speak anymore. Li Qing smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lin, don't blame them. They are just too kind-hearted. They met such a good boss like you and hope that I can be together with you. Li Qing understood what Mr. Lin meant and left now. Mr. Lin, if you need anything later, you can contact me at any time. Li Qing stood up dejectedly and walked towards the door. It seemed that her inner pride was completely shattered at this moment. It seemed that she could only go back to her previous job. Although there was more work, the income was still considerable. She was just unwilling to let such a good opportunity go to waste. Wait. Lin Qinshu stopped Li Qing, who was about to walk out the door. Alas, I can't resist women begging me. Miss Li, you can stay, but your treatment will be the same as theirs. Is that acceptable? Lin Qinshu shook his head and sighed. Li Qing was instantly delighted when she heard that. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely perform well and do everything Mr. Lin asks me to do. As long as the salary is the same as other women, she will be satisfied and will not have any objections. Besides, Lin Qinshu is so generous, she will only get more if she stays. Still call me Mr. Lin. You were here just now, so you should know what the title is when working for me, right? Lin Qinshu smiled. He also wanted Li Qing. From the very beginning, he felt that Li Qing was a very capable person. Now that he had curbed her arrogance and then conquered her, it would only make her feel grateful, instead of her appearing submissive on the surface but being arrogant in her heart. Yes, master. Li Qing was not so shy and shouted out these 2 words without hesitation. Thank you, master, for accepting Sister Li Qing. Han Shuang was the first to lean over and kiss Lin Qinshu on the face. The other girls followed suit, making Lin Qinshu secretly happy. Finally, even Li Qing leaned over and kissed Lin Qinshu on the cheek. Lin Qinshu directly transferred 5 million to Li Qing. 1,200,000 are yours. Keep the rest of the money with you first. With such a big mana, there are many places where you need money. I don't want you to ask me for these small amounts of money from time to time. When Li Qing saw the balance in her card, she immediately felt that she had made the best decision of her life. He just transferred 5 million to her for convenience. So how rich is the asset of this owner? Li Qing left the villa. Unlike the maid, she still had a job, so she had to submit her resignation this time. Although she would have to pay some penalty for resigning so hastily, it was just a drop in the bucket for her who now had millions of dollars. Chapter 24 Bath and Massage. Lin Qinshu came to the master bedroom and found a bathtub for bathing. He immediately told the maid to fill it with water. He had never bathed in a bathtub before. He didn't have the conditions before, and he thought it was dirty in a hotel. Now it was his own home, so it was different. Li Shui went to prepare lunch. She was a food major, and she could make dozens of dishes as long as Lin Qinshu specified a cuisine. Lin Qinshu, who was lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, suddenly felt someone coming in. Yang Man walked behind Lin Qinshu and massaged his shoulders. Master, we have all been trained and know a little bit about foot massage and foot washing. Let Man help you. Lin Qinshu hummed and continued to close his eyes. But his heart was already in turmoil. A woman walked into the bathroom. He was a man full of blood. Haven't you seen the previous owner of the house since you came here? Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered something and asked. Yang Man shook her head. I haven't seen it, but we heard from Sister Li Qing that the other party is a big boss, and this place seems to be used to entertain guests. As a result, it seems that something happened to their boss, and his guests were also implicated, so he sold this house. Suddenly, a blush flashed across Yang Man's cheeks, because Lin Qinshu had stood up and walked out of the bathtub as if no one was around. Since you have been trained in massage, come and give me a massage. With such skills, how could he not enjoy it? He had never had a massage before. His cousin said he wanted to take him to school, but he didn't go because he was too shy. There is also a sauna room in this house. Yang Man, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and took Lin Qinshu to the sauna room. The massage beds here all cost 7 figures, and Lin Qinshu was deeply impressed. The owner of this house really knows how to enjoy life. This sauna room is right next to the master bedroom. Lin Qinshu lay down on the sauna bed, and the whole bed began to change, as if the air cushion structure inside the bed was changing. This bed can sense the various positions of the human body, and then inflate and deflate the internal air cushion to adjust it to the most suitable shape and position. The air cushion underneath even generates some heat, keeping the human body warm even without clothes. A pair of tender little hands were placed on Lin Qinshu's back and began to massage him. It must be said that Yang Man's massage technique was very comfortable. Lin Qinshu fell asleep without realizing it. And Yang Man did not stop massaging. Even when Lin Qinshu turned over unconsciously in his sleep, she still continued massaging, but her cheeks were a little flushed. After all, when massaging, you can't do it through clothes, otherwise, skin will rub against skin. When Lin Qinshu woke up after dozing for a while, Yang Man was still massaging him and was standing next to his right hand. Lin Qinshu was a little dazed for a moment. This dreamlike life made him wonder whether he was in a dream or in reality. Suddenly, Yang Man's body shook slightly, and her face became even redder. However, the light in here was a little dim, so it was impossible to see her current complexion. You probably won't like to see what's going to happen next, so I saw it for you. When the girls downstairs heard the noise from above, their cheeks turned red. Ruxue also stopped what she was doing. She prepared the ingredients, and when Lin Qinshu wanted to eat, she could prepare them in a few minutes. Now it seemed that Lin Qinshu would not want to eat for a while. An hour later, Lin Qinshu looked at the bright red on the bed sheet and cast a surprised look at Yang Man. In this regard, Lin Qinshu's thinking was a little bad. He mistakenly thought that Yang Man was a person who had experienced things. Man, I'm sorry. Lin Qinshu felt a little guilty and didn't know what to say. Everything is over now, and it seems like there is no point in saying anything now. This guilt was not only because of his rudeness just now, but also because he felt from the beginning that Yang Man was a casual woman, a woman he looked down upon. Master, it's okay. Man feels very happy to be treated well by the master. Didn't Sister Li Qing tell you? Another condition for applying for a maid is that you must be a virgin. Yang Man blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Qinshu curiously. Lin Qinshu had never heard Li Qing say this. After hearing this news, he felt that it was even more worthwhile. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. Man, are you guys hired to do these things? Yang Man quickly shook her head and said, no, it was already written in the contract at the beginning. You can't force us to do something we don't want to do. I just volunteered. Yang Man's pretty face blushed slightly. Lin Qinshu was young and rich, and although he was not particularly handsome, each of these was a plus in her eyes. Just rest here. I'll ask them to bring you food later. Lin Qinshu recognized a girl like Yang Man from the bottom of his heart and would love her even more in the future. Master, I'm fine. I'm a dancer, and I used to get minor injuries when I was stretching, but I managed to persevere. Yang Man didn't want to appear too vulnerable in front of Lin Qinshu. Be good and listen to me. Lin Qinshu touched her head and said with concern. After Lin Qinshu went downstairs, he asked Ruxue to bring food to Yang Man and take good care of her. Ruxue and other girls looked at Lin Qinshu with somewhat agitated eyes. The actions just now made them all shy. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinshu could still walk around and joke in front of them as if nothing had happened. Although these people have never eaten pork, they have seen pigs run. How strong must Lin Qinshu be after such a long time? Lin Qinshu was also surprised at this point. He had been despised by He before, and she even had the Cold War with him for several days after every incident. How bad must his performance be to make He like this? It seems that it is because of the improvement of his physical fitness. At first, his physical fitness was only 6 points, but now it is 8 points. Even though it is only improved by 2 points, it is a world of difference. Lin Qinshu began to look forward to the next mission. He wanted to see what it would be like when his attribute points were maxed out. When Lin Qinshu came to the dining table, Li Shui had already prepared the meal. Because Lin Qinshu said he wanted to eat Sichuan cuisine, she made some more traditional dishes. Li Shui is indeed a talent in the culinary field. The Sichuan cuisine she cooks is better than what he eats outside. After finishing his meal, Lin Qinshu remembered that he needed to transfer money home, so he immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother's account. Less than a minute later, Lin Qinshu's mother, Chen Shanshan, called him. Chapter 25 I'm allergic to roses. Lin Qinshu smiled bitterly and answered the phone. Xiao Qin, why did you transfer 100,000 yuan to me? Where did you get the money? Did you do something bad? You'd better not be depressed. Chen Shanshan asked a series of questions, and Lin Qinshu didn't know how to answer. Mom, don't worry. My classmates and I developed a software at school and sold it to a big company. We made some money, so you can spend it well. I can earn a lot of money from the software. Lin Qinshu's parents didn't understand much about these new age things, so whatever he said was what they believed. Mom, just use this money first. Haven't you wanted to replace the refrigerator or air conditioner for a long time? Now you can change it at will. I have kept some money for myself, so you don't have to worry about me, and you don't have to pay for my food in the future. Lin Qinshu continued to persuade, fearing that his mother would transfer the money back to him. Okay, I'll save this money for you and use it for getting married in the future. Your father grows tea at home, and now the tea is starting to sell well. The money we both have is enough, and the family expenses are not too high, so you can use the money you earn in the future for yourself and don't have to transfer it to the family. Chen Shanshan was very relieved about her son, and they never thought that their children had to hand over the money they earned every month. They said it was saving for the children, but in fact, no one knew where the money had been spent. Chen Shanshan chatted with Lin Qinshu for a while about family matters and hung up the phone after giving him some instructions. Lin Qinshu, who was browsing on his phone, suddenly saw a group message. This group was a group of 4 people in their dormitory. The goddess finally gave up on money. This was revealed on the campus forum this morning. A student took a photo and posted it on the forum. Li Wuqi posted a picture. Lin Qinshu clicked on the picture and saw that it was a sports car. The girl in the car kissed the man in the driver's seat on the cheek. However, due to the angle of the photo, the face of the man in the driver's seat was reflected by the light, so it was unclear who it was. Fuck. Isn't this Ye, the school beauty? I thought I had just met Ye, and there might be a chance. But she was seduced by the rich second generation again. Fan Jinqiang usually doesn't talk much, but he chatters in the chat window. In Li Wuqi's words, Fan Jinqiang is a shy person who pretends to be innocent in front of others, but dares to say anything behind the screen. School beauty Yi is so beautiful, it's normal for her to have a boyfriend. It's better for you to lose to a rich second generation than to a poor loser. If the poor loser seduces your goddess, wouldn't you be even more angry? Xia Liu also spoke. Although it was not very pleasant to hear, it made sense. Lin Qinshu looked at the picture with a strange expression on his face, because he was the one in the driver's seat, and this scene was what happened when he sent Ye Mengxi back to school. Damn, you bastard, what are you talking about? Beast, I thought that school beauty Yi was interested in us, Beast, but it turned out to be an illusion. I don't know if the Beast took it seriously. If he did, the Beast would have been heartbroken again. He has been heartbroken twice in 3 days, which is also a record. Li Wuqi said gloatingly. If I say that the person kissed by your goddess school beauty is me, would you believe it? Lin Qinshu couldn't help but smile. He thought about how interesting their expressions would be if they knew this fact. What are you talking about in your sleep? Forget about whether that person is you. Do you know what car that is? It's a Pagani Wind worth 25 million. Li Wuqi is always very knowledgeable about these things. As the saying goes, only poor people know how to live. Beast, you are no longer in a state of heartbreak, you are insane. Fan Jinqiang also continued to speak. Oh, stop talking, go back tomorrow night and go out for a drink with Beast, we are brothers, we need to help him get out of the shadow of heartbreak. I won't say anything more, I'm going to Disney with Yang Yang, you guys should take care of Beast. Lin Qinshu looked at their messages and laughed. To tell the truth, no one believed him. What could he do? He was helpless. At this time, Ye Mengxi's message also came. She had already gotten up and eaten. The words between the lines expressed her intention to meet Lin Qinshu. It just so happened that Lin Qinshu also planned to go out for a walk in the afternoon, buy some clothes, and change to a better mobile phone. Now he is a rich man, he can't let himself down. Lin Qinshu picked up the key to the Lamborghini Veneno. He didn't know much about cars, so he went online to check the information about the car. He was shocked to find that there were only a few such cars in the world. The one the system gave him was a Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million yuan. The entire car is made of carbon fiber. Lin Qinshu sat in it and stepped on the accelerator. The roar was full of power. This is a truly amazing car that makes the Pagani Wind no longer so attractive. Lin Qinshu took a special look at the license plate this time. The license plate number of this poison car was Magic A10001. The cars given by the system were all automatically licensed and all the formalities were completed. Lin Qinshu drove the poison car towards Jiaotong University. Ye Mengxi attached great importance to this date with Lin Qinshu, because Lin Qinshu told her in the morning that he had something to say in person. In her opinion, Lin Qinshu was ready to accept her, so she spent a long time dressing herself up and put on a white suspender dress that she had never worn before. She couldn't wait at the school gate. However, before Lin Qinshu arrived, someone else had parked his car next to Ye Mengxi. A white BMW Z4 stopped next to Ye Mengxi, and a young man with a crew cut walked over from the car holding a bouquet of roses. Mengxi, that's great. I was going to look for you downstairs, but God let me meet you at the school gate. This bouquet of roses is for you, representing my feelings. I love you, Mengxi, please be my girlfriend. Ye Mengxi's eyes flashed with annoyance. Brother Lu Jimin, thank you for your words, but I am allergic to roses, so I won't accept your flowers. Also, I have a boyfriend, please stop harassing me. Today is the day she and her senior confirm their relationship. If he sees her and misunderstands her, then everything she has done before will be in vain. Lu Jimin smiled confidently, Mengxi, you don't have to lie to me. In the past 2 years of college, I have never seen any boy appear next to you. If you have a boyfriend, ask him to come out and prove it. Boom boom, a car roar came from far away, and a black sports car drove in front of Ye Mengxi. Lin Qinshu got out of the car, and Ye Mengxi ran over with joy on his face. Senior, you're here, let's go. Lin Qinshu also saw Lu Jimin and probably guessed that he was Ye Mengxi's suitor. Lu Jimin's face was very dark at the moment. He had never seen Ye Mengxi smile, and the first time he saw her smile at another man. Chapter 26, Did you open this IFC? When Lu Jimin saw Ye Mengxi holding the other person's hand, he couldn't help but said, Mengxi, even if you want to make me angry and reject me, please don't humiliate yourself. Lu Jimin felt that this man must have been hired by Ye Mengxi to act, and he specially found a driver of a sports car to make some losers dare not have any delusions about her anymore. Ye Mengxi looked at him as if he was a fool. Brother Lu Jimin, I've already told you that I have a boyfriend. You are my boyfriend. Thank you for your love for me, but I will not accept you. You can think whatever you want. After Ye Mengxi finished speaking, she put her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck and kissed Lin Qinshu on the lips. Ye Mengxi decided to give the other party a strong dose of medicine, otherwise Lu Jimin would always be self-righteous and think that the senior was an actor he found. Of course, this also included a bit of her own selfish motives, and only at this time did she have the courage to kiss her senior. Lin Qinshu was stunned by Ye Mengxi's sudden appearance, but he quickly reacted and even stuck out his tongue. No. Lu Jimin felt like he was going to break when he saw the scene in front of him. The 99 roses in his hands fell to the ground. The two people who were kissing slowly separated, their lips were still wet. Ye Mengxi's pretty face was slightly red, and she looked at Lin Qinshu with emotion. The latter took out a rose from behind and said, Meng, I originally wanted to fill the trunk with flowers, but this car doesn't have a trunk, so I can only buy one. Ye Mengxi happily took the rose and said happily, thank you, senior. How did you know that I like roses the most? Puff. Lu Jimin on the side was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. She had just said that she was allergic to roses, and she didn't even bother to pay any attention to his 99 roses. But now she was so happy to accept a rose from someone else, and even said that she liked roses the most. Lin Qinshu and Ye Mengxi got in the car and drove away, leaving Lu Jimin alone in a mess. The students around him were talking about it, and many people took out their phones to take pictures. It seemed that the campus forum was going to be lively again. The male protagonist who was not photographed in the car before was completely photographed this time. Senior Tilder, others may not understand your feelings, but I can see your good side. What do you think of me? A 180-pound girl came to Lu Jimin and said in a coquettish voice. Lu Jimin was 1.8 meters tall, a sports student, and had a strong body. With a little money, he was originally a sea king in the school. However, Ye Mengxi's heart had already settled in Lin Qinshu too early. Even if Lin Qinshu had nothing, she would not fall in love with Lu Jimin. Get out of here! Lu Jimin pushed the fat girl next to him away. The fat girl got angry and started to curse. Who do you think you are? Your car isn't as nice as hers, and you're not as handsome as hers. If it were me, I would choose that one too. You deserve to be rejected. Lu Jimin was furious and slapped the fat girl in the face. Murder! I'm going to fight you. The fat girl rushed forward and started fighting with Lu Jimin. This scene will also become a lively topic in the forum, but Lin Qinshu and the other person who had already gone far away had no idea that such interesting things happened afterwards. Meng, let's go shopping at IFC. I just want to buy some clothes recently. Can you accompany me? Ye Mengxi, who was standing by, looked at Lin Qinshu, who was driving with affection all their way. After hearing this, she nodded and asked carefully, Senior, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Lin Qinshu chuckled and joked, can you kiss someone who is not your boyfriend or girlfriend? Your saliva just now was all stringy. Can you do this with someone who is not your boyfriend? Ye Mengxi quickly waved her hands and said, no, it was my first time to kiss. That was my first kiss just now. You have to believe me, Senior. Lin Qinshu felt a little distressed at Ye Mengxi's precarious state. I was just kidding. How could I not know what kind of girl my Meng is? Lin Qinshu stretched out his right hand and stroked her head. The two soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the IFC. Just in front of his car was an orange Lamborghini, which was parked side by side in two parking spaces. Lin Qinshu pulled the rope of the door handle and opened the door. The passenger seat of the orange Lamborghini next to him also opened its door at the same time. The two cars were quite far apart, so they would not collide. However, the person who got out of the passenger seat made Lin Qinshu's expression suddenly cold. When the other party saw Lin Qinshu, a sneer appeared on his face. I thought you were so great, but you're still following me. I told you that there's no hope for us too. Can you please get out of my life? The person who got out from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini was Lin Qinshu's ex-girlfriend, He. The man behind the wheel also came over. What's wrong? He quickly held the man's arm. Lin Qinshu, this is Senior Zhu Junfeng. He's my boyfriend now. Just give up on this idea and stop following me. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly, you opened this IFC. Can't I come and have a look? Ye Mengxi also came to Lin Qinshu's side at this time. Senior, who is this? Lin Qinshu took Ye Mengxi's hand and said, he is just a self-righteous person. Let's go. It was then that he saw Lin Qinshu's car. It seemed different from the one a few days ago. This made her more convinced that all the sports cars were rented by Lin Qinshu. Moreover, she just saw that this car didn't even have door handles, and one had to pull a rope to open the door. For her, who didn't know much about cars, this was definitely a junk truck. Stop pretending. Why is the car you drove to me a few days ago different from the one you drove today? Is that car too expensive and you can't afford it, so you changed it to this cheaper one? Lin Qinshu ignored her and took the elevator to the mall with Ye Mengxi. Xiaoyi, is this your ex-boyfriend? He looks quite handsome. Zhu Junfeng said coldly with his chin slightly raised. After hearing what the other party said, he noticed that Lin Qinshu seemed to have become a little different. She didn't look closely at what was different, but he was indeed better looking than before. But now she is Zhu Junfeng's girlfriend, so of course she can't say these things. Oh, he is not as handsome as my senior. He is just a loser. He rented a sports car and deliberately ran in front of me. He must be dreaming of getting back together with me. Zhu Junfeng kept his eyes fixed on the direction where Lin Qinshu left. Ye Mengxi's appearance just now surprised him. What a beautiful girl. Although he was not bad, she was not in the same league standing next to Ye Mengxi. Rented? This Lamborghini must cost a lot of money to rent. If your ex-boyfriend is really a poor loser, the rental fee for this day would be enough for his living expenses for 2 months. Although they are all Lamborghinis, Zhu Junfeng is not familiar with the one in front of him. If it weren't for the bull logo, he wouldn't know it was a Lamborghini. Chapter 27, There's no door handle in that broken car. He said with disdain, how can it be compared with the senior's car? If he rents one, it must be cheaper. I saw it just now. This broken car doesn't even have a door handle. It has to be pulled with a rope. After he finished speaking, he patted the roof of the car. He had no idea that Zhu Juanfeng's face behind him had changed drastically. Pull cord door handles, the sixth element. Among Lamborghinis, only the top-of-the-line Lamborghini Veneno has this. Zhu Junfeng walked to the back of Lin Qin's car and saw the English word, veneno. Fuck. It's really a poison. Zhu Junfeng yelled in his heart. The price of this poison is enough to buy more than a dozen of his new models. Who exactly is his ex-boyfriend? A man who can afford to prescribe poison is definitely not rented. There are only a few cars of this kind in the world. Who would rent out a car worth hundreds of millions? People who collect this car are reluctant to even drive it. Zhu Junfeng quickly pulled He, who was about to hit the roof of the car again, away from the car. This was poison. Just driving around with it would cause damage of hundreds of thousands of yuan. If he allowed He to hit it a few more times, his car would not be enough to compensate for the damage. However, Zhu Junfeng did not tell He what kind of car it was. He had his own selfish motives. He had chased this woman for a long time before he finally got her. If she knew that her ex-boyfriend was a super rich man, he would definitely be dumped. It would be better to keep it a secret and get her first. Senior, was that woman your ex-girlfriend? Ye Mengxi also heard from those words that the woman was Lin Qinshuo's ex-girlfriend He. Lin Qinshuo nodded, it's her. Ye Mengxi hugged his arms tightly. Lin Qinshuo patted her hands, smiled and signaled her not to worry. The two of them came to the mall. The IFC had all kinds of luxury brands. Lin Qinshuo didn't know much about these, so Ye Mengxi took the initiative to take on the responsibility and took Lin Qinshuo to a Versace store. Although Ye Mengxi rarely came to buy clothes on weekdays, she was familiar with women's nature. She selected 3 sets of casual clothes for Lin Qinshuo, as well as some belts, shoes, and so on. The two of them shopped and tried on clothes, and bought a total of 5 sets of clothes, spending more than 600,000 yuan, which means an average of more than 100,000 yuan per set. Meng, my problem is solved. Now it's your turn. Let's go and ask your boyfriend to buy you some clothes. Lin Qinshuo pulled Ye Mengxi towards a Chanel store. Senior, I don't need it. I still have a lot of clothes to wear, so I don't need to buy any. Ye Mengxi had just found out that Lin Qinshuo was rich, but she still felt sorry for his money. Moreover, she didn't want to be considered materialistic by accepting Lin Qinshuo's gift when they just got together. Be obedient. If you don't accept it, I will be unhappy. Then I may want to go back and don't want to shop anymore. Lin Qinshuo's words were quite effective, and Ye Mengxi stopped struggling immediately. As soon as I entered the store, I saw He, my enemy. At this moment, she was standing in front of the mirror looking at the clothes she was trying on. She also saw Lin Qinshuo coming in from the mirror, and her face was immediately filled with anger. Are you done yet? Do you think it's fun to haunt you? Zhu Junfeng, who was originally sitting on the sofa in the store, looked up and saw Lin Qinshuo, and his face was immediately filled with embarrassment. What bad luck, Meng, why don't we go check out other stores? Lin Qinshuo didn't expect that he would meet He by chance in such a large IFC. Ye Mengxi frowned and took Lin Qinshuo's arm. No need. We'll buy it here. Why should we leave? They should leave if they want to. Lin Qinshuo smiled and patted her head. He knew that Ye Mengxi didn't want him to hide from his ex-girlfriend. Okay, I'll listen to you. Only then did he notice the woman next to Lin Qinshuo. She hadn't looked at her carefully in the parking lot just now because she thought from the bottom of her heart that this woman was also an actor rented by Lin Qinshuo from somewhere. Humph, you even rented a woman to hang around me. Lin Qinshuo, can you be more mature? You've used up all the food money your family gave you? You rented a car and a woman. It seems like you took out an online loan. Why didn't I realize that you are so narcissistic before? You are not qualified enough for me to do this. Meng, let's go pick out some clothes. Lin Qinshu sneered, then took Ye Mengxi's arm and walked towards the women's clothing area. Senior is my boyfriend now, please watch your mouth and stop harassing us so self-righteously. Ye Mengxi couldn't help but retort. He felt uncomfortable when she heard this. It was like a toy that a child had played with for many years was suddenly given to someone else, and the other person still regarded it as a treasure. Shopping guide, please kick these two out immediately. They are poor guys. They can't afford to buy anything here. They just come in to take pictures and show off. The shopping guide looked at Zhu Junwei, because Zhu Junwei was a regular customer here. He had brought girls to buy clothes more than once, and the girls were different every time. Zhu Junwei pretended to read a magazine without even raising his head. He knew that Lin Qinshu was definitely not an ordinary person. There are no ordinary people who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno. But now he is in a dilemma. If he helps Yi, he will offend Lin Qinshu, and he might even be slapped in the face by him. If he helps Lin Qinshu, he will lose Yi, the prey, so he simply keeps silent and pretends to know nothing. The shopping guide mistakenly thought that Zhu Junwei agreed, and immediately felt confident and walked up to Lin Qinshu and the other man. Sir, miss, you have disturbed our distinguished guests. We would like to ask you to leave now. He said this while making a gesture of invitation. Lin Qinshu laughed angrily. The shopping guide in this store could actually drive away customers just because of someone else's words. Why are you like this? Why did they start the noise first and why are you chasing us away? Ye Mengxi also got angry. This Chanel shopping guide was too contemptuous. This shopping guide had some vision. Lin Qinshu's clothes and shoes cost no more than 300 yuan. Ye Mengxi's is better, and together with the small CK bag that costs over 500 yuan, the total cost is only 1,000 yuan at most. Zhu Junwei, on the other hand, is a frequent customer of the store and knows what is important and what is not. Mr. Zhu is a VIP of our store. You two are affecting our VIP shopping, so we have to expel you. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly and pulled Ye Mengxi to another shopping guide standing in the corner. Please help me find your store manager. I will give you a big achievement. Zhu Chunyang is a new shopping guide. In fact, she can't stand what another female shopping guide does. She is often robbed of her sales performance by the other one. She is new here, so in order to work well in this store, she can only swallow her anger. Chapter 28 I want everything in this store. Zhu Chunyang was struggling internally. Although she didn't really believe that the other party could bring her any great results, she hoped in her heart that what the other party said was true. This mentality is like buying a lottery ticket. Before buying, you always feel that you can win the lottery by chance, and that the person who wins the lottery may be her. This is why the lottery industry can continue to thrive. Zhu Chunyang gritted her teeth and finally called the store manager. It was just a phone call, and she wouldn't lose her job. She would just let him hate her. It happened that the store manager had just parked the car and was walking towards the store. The shopping guide who drove Lin Qinshu and the other two away had a sneer on her face and looked at them with her hands crossed. Even if the store manager came, it would be useless. She was an old employee in the store. Most of the sales in the store were made by her. Even the store manager would not dare to fire her easily. A woman in her 40s walked quickly into the store. What's going on? When Zhu Chunyang saw the store manager, she quickly stepped forward and explained what had happened. After hearing what happened, the store manager Lin Xiumei frowned slightly and glanced at the other shopping guide with displeasure. This kind of thing can obviously be solved by appeasement, but you have to force the customer to choose between two options and offend them. Without waiting for the store manager to respond, Lin Qinshu pulled out a card from his pocket and said, I want everything in this store, including the one on that woman. I'll buy them all and the sales will be counted on this lady. As the store manager, you should have the right to calculate the value of the goods in the store and check the funds in my card so that you don't think I'm joking. Shock. Petrified. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this, only Zhu Junwei remained calm, because in his opinion, it would not be surprising even if the other party bought the store. Ha 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 ha, you're crazy. The shopping guide who drove Lin Qinshu away suddenly laughed out loud. He had seen people pretending to be cool before, but he had never seen someone pretending to be cool like this. Sir, are you kidding? Lin Xiumei also felt a little unbelievable. Are you kidding? You can find out by checking if there is enough money in my card. Lin Qinshu was a little impatient. Ye Mengxi quickly pulled his hand and said, "Senior, forget it. At worst, we can just not buy it or go to another store." Lin Qinshu held her hand tightly and said softly, "Don't worry, no one can bully you except me. I will definitely help you get rid of this evil." Lin Xiumei walked to the front desk and inserted the card into a machine, which immediately displayed a 9-digit balance. She stood there, her chest rising and falling, which was caused by being too excited. Lin Xiumei walked up quickly and returned the card to Lin Qinshu with both hands. "Sir, I will calculate the value of the goods in the store for you. Since there are a lot of goods, where should they be delivered? Do you have any other requirements?" When the shopping guide heard Lin Xiumei's words, it was like a bolt from the blue, because this meant that what Lin Qinshu said just now was not just pretense, but was true. What was even more surprising was He, the instigator. She was not a fool and immediately understood the relationship between the two. "Impossible, impossible. You are not the store manager here, you are an actor hired by Lin Qinshu." He pointed at them and shouted. Everyone looked at her as if she was a fool. If the store manager was fake, the shopping guide would always be able to recognize it. Zhu Junfeng also felt that if he stayed any longer he would be severely slapped in the face. Although he was being slapped in the face now, it was not his face that was being slapped. "Let's go and check out the next store." Zhu Junfeng pulled the slightly crazy He and walked out the door. Zhu Chunyang quickly blocked their way and said, "Sir, the dress you are wearing is from our store. Please change it before you leave." Zhu Junwei said impatiently, "How much is it? I've paid and I want to wear the clothes. It's just a piece of clothing." He spent a lot of money in this store, and this little hand dared to stop him. "Manager Lin, if there is one item missing from this store, I will take back my offer to buy everything." Lin Qinshu smiled coldly. "Lin Qinshu, don't go too far." He stared at him viciously. Until now, she was unwilling to believe that Lin Qinshu was rich. She would rather believe that these people were actors. Even if Lin Qinshu really became rich, she was not willing to bow her head and try to get back with him, even though she was not sure she could get him. Lin Qinshu ignored her and turned to Lin Xiumei and said, "Manager Lin, I want everything in the store now. If there is one item missing, I don't want them all. Go and deal with it." After that, he pulled Ye Mengxi to the rest room in the store. Lin Qinshu deliberately did not mention the matter of the other shopping guide. He wanted to see whether Lin Xiumei would handle it. The other shopping guide who was about to drive Lin Qinshu and the other person away also panicked at this moment. He quickly turned around and walked towards the rest area, wanting to apologize to Lin Qinshu, but was blocked by Lin Xiumei. "Go away and don't come to work anymore. You almost caused us to lose a big customer. Although the customer didn't say anything, if I don't deal with it, no one will dare to come to this store in the future. No, you can't fire me. The store's performance is all due to me. If you fire me, the head office will suffer a huge loss and will blame you," the shopping guide said hurriedly, trying to get Lin Xiumei to take back her decision. After all, even the customers didn't seem to blame her, so why would the store manager fire her? Lin Xiumei smiled coldly. "Performance? You dare to say that the headquarters suffered losses based on your meager performance? Do you think I don't know what you do in the store? You bully newcomers, send them away when you see a customer who is about to close a deal, and write the performance under your name. These newcomers dare not speak out. If it weren't for the fact that you are an old employee, I would have fired you long ago. And you sneakily took things out of the store to smuggle orders. Do you think I don't know? Get out now, or I'll call the police." The shopping guide's face changed, he bit his lip, looked unwilling, and finally walked away in shame. She has taken a lot of private orders here. If the other party calls the police, she will go to jail, or at least be fined a lot of money. "This is too much, Senior Junfeng, please help me. I will agree to any request you make." He risked her life, she just didn't want to lose to Lin Qinshu. Zhu Juanfeng's eyes lit up. Although he had no shortage of women, He always made him feel moved, so he had a special feeling for He. If he could satisfy He this time, he would be able to get her today. "Manager Lin, I'm a frequent customer of your store. Please give me a favor and I will buy this dress at 3 times the price," Zhu Junfeng said to Lin Xiumei. Lin Xiumei smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu. All the items in the store have been sold to Mr. Lin today. If you need anything, please buy it from Mr. Lin. I can't make the decision." Zhu Junfeng looked very unhappy, but in order to get he could only bow to the other party. Brother, sell this dress to me, I am willing to pay 5 times the price. Chapter 29 Happiness Index. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly. Brother. Who is your brother? Manager Lin, the clothes she is wearing are not for sale. Take them off and use them to clean the floor in the toilet. You. Zhu Junfeng pointed at Lin Qinshu angrily. I'll leave a way for you today so that we can meet again in the future. You may need me for help in the future. Lin Qinshu laughed loudly. Please? Are you worthy? He's face turned pale. She knew that Zhu Junfeng could no longer help her. She shook off Zhu Junfeng's hand, rushed into the fitting room to change back into her clothes, rushed out of the store, and even ignored Zhu Junfeng and left on her own. Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi. Zhu Junfeng hurriedly chased after her. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. This result made him very comfortable, as if the anger in his chest was finally out. Zhu Chunyang came to the lounge area with 2 cups of coffee. Sir, those 2 have left. You and Miss can go and choose what you need. Lin Xiumei asked her to come over and confirm again whether she wanted to buy all the goods in the store. After all, it was their clerk who made the mistake first. Even if Lin Qinshu regretted it now, they would not have any complaints. Lin Qinshu frowned. Didn't I tell you that I want everything in the entire store? How many times do I have to tell you? Go check the prices. Zhu Chunyang couldn't hide her joy and walked quickly towards Lin Xiumei. Senior, there are too many things in this store. Do you have so many girls to give gifts to? Why don't we just listen to them and pick a few pieces? Ye Mengxi looked at the dazzling array of clothes, jewelry, perfumes and lipsticks. The most expensive ones should be the bags. Lin Qinshu smiled and patted her head. I bought them all and gave them all to you. You can do whatever you want with them. Ye Mengxi was petrified on the spot. She originally thought that Lin Qinshu bought these just to vent his anger and then find a way to sell them because these were brand new things after all. She didn't expect that he would give them all to her. No, these are too expensive, I can't accept them. Ye Mengxi quickly refused. Lin Qinshu pretended to sigh sadly. Since you don't want it, I can only give it to another girl. After all, I can't use these girls' things. No. Ye Mengxi shouted hurriedly. Which girl can resist the sugar-coated bullets of this Chanel store? If she has a few more rivals in love, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? In the end, Ye Mengxi agreed, because there were some men's clothes in it, and she planned to sort them out for Lin Qinshu, and she had no place to put so many things. Let's buy you a suite to put these things in, so we can occasionally enjoy a warm world of 2. Lin Qinshu thought about it. Although he already had Yanu Villa, it didn't seem so convenient to bring Ye Mengxi there. After all, there are 7 beauties with black stockings there. Now I still have money on hand. Wouldn't it be better to buy a house for Ye Mengxi and hide her in a golden house? Buy a house. Lin Qinshu's shocking words refreshed Ye Mengxi's cognition again and again. Are people so willful when they have money? How much money do you have, senior? Yeah, I don't have a house either. We can't go back to school for our weekend date. It's not convenient to stay in a hotel. Why don't we buy a house as our love nest? The reason why Lin Qinshu did this was because a task reminder sounded in his mind just now. Ding! It is detected that the host is dating a woman with a beauty score of 90 or above and a favorability score of 90. Option 1, use all your skills to improve the other person's happiness, limited to 24 hours, and reward martial arts proficiency. Option 2, a plain date, showing the host's stingy side, limited to 24 hours, reward for mastering the dirty tricks. These 2 rewards are actually pretty good. Lin Qinshu wants both. There is nothing wrong with using a despicable method to deal with a despicable person. It seems like a very simple task, but it is actually very difficult. For example, if you are stingy, when you drive a Lamborghini Veneno, you can't complete this task. If you don't even sting on the wear and tear of a luxury car, where else can you sting? Another thing is that it is difficult to improve your sense of happiness, because happiness is something you give yourself. Some people who have a hard life suddenly have a good meal tonight, and they feel very happy. But everyone has a different definition of happiness, so this is very difficult. Since stingy Lin Qinshu can't do it anymore, let's work hard towards happiness. He is proficient in martial arts. When he recalls the scene of fighting 10 people alone at the door of Piaoxue bar that day, his blood still boils. Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? So now Lin Qinshu is doing everything he can to improve Ye Mengxi's happiness. Ding! Ye Mengxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index reaches 90, and the host completes the mission. Lin Qinshu was a bit troubled. He gave her the entire Chanel and even said he would take her to buy a house and build a love nest, but the happiness index didn't increase much. It seems that money is not omnipotent. At least spending tens of millions can't improve Ye Mengxi's happiness index. Ye Mengxi put her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck and said with watery eyes, "Senior, you are so nice to me. I am so happy." After that, her cherry lips moved closer. Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index +3, now the happiness index is 68 points. Damn, I was happy to only add 3 points. If I add these points one by one, how long will it take to complete the task? Fortunately, when the system released this task, the 24-hour countdown had just begun, so he still had a whole day. While the two were kissing passionately, Lin Shumei pushed open the door of the lounge. Ye Mengxi immediately loosened her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck, her pretty face flushed. Lin Shumei seemed to have not seen it, and walked forward with a few pieces of paper. "Mr. Lin, this is the statistics of all the items in our store, with a total value of 6.34 million yuan. I have opened a membership for you, and after using the membership discount, I will count it as 6 million. Lin Qinshu took a quick look and found that the clothes, jewelry and cosmetics in the store were not too expensive. Instead, the bags accounted for most of the price. However, this price was within Lin Qinshu's expectations. The store itself is not particularly large, so it is reasonable for the goods to be worth over 6 million. This is also the first time that Lin Qinshu has spent money so lavishly. Although he appears calm on the surface, his heart is actually in turmoil. If he didn't have several hundred million in his card to make him swell up, he wouldn't spend money like this. 6 million. Although Ye Mengxi knew that the things in the store were not cheap, this price was beyond her imagination. Chapter 30. I still like your rebellious look just now. Lin Qinshu took out the card and handed it over. Swipe the card. If you want a membership, ask Meng Meng to get one. I don't need this membership. Pack your things. Meng Meng will send you an address in 2 days. Just send everything there. There is no place to put these things now, and it's getting late, so it's not practical to go buy a house. Let us wait until tomorrow, Sunday. After swiping the card, Ye Mengxi picked out a few sets of clothes to take away, and went to a store selling domestic mobile phones with Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu's iPhone was a product of 6 or 7 years ago. Although it was still usable, it was rather old and did not quite match his status as a wealthy man. Lin Qinshu picked out 2 of the most expensive folding screen mobile phones. Although they were a bit bulky, he liked these novel and pretentious-looking mobile phones. After shopping, the two went to watch a romantic movie, the kind in which the hero and heroine did not end up together. Ye Mengxi cried her eyes out, while Lin Qinshu fell asleep directly. When we walked out of the cinema, it was time for dinner. Meng Meng, what do you want to eat? Ye Mengxi shook her head. She didn't care much about what to eat. Senior, it's up to you to decide. Seeing that she had not yet come out of the plot of the movie, Lin Qinshu secretly vowed that he would never take girls to watch these melodramatic love movies again, as affecting their mood would affect the subsequent process. Lin Qinshu thought of Shuan Pavilion, the top private restaurant in Shanghai that he had often heard of. It is said that the place only entertains 8 guests every day, and each table costs hundreds of thousands, including expensive red and white wines, as well as some delicacies from land and sea. In the past, he only dared to think about it, but now, he has enough money to have a meal. Come on, I'll take you to a place to eat. I've only heard of it. Lin Qinshu sat in the car and turned on the navigation. Shuan Pavilion is located near the Magic City Park in the city, surrounded by mountains and water. The rent alone is several million per month, but they have launched a limited hunger marketing campaign, with a daily turnover of over 1 million, and the rent can be earned in a few days. After Lin Qinshu parked the car, he walked towards the gate of Shuan Pavilion. The receptionist at the gate hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Lin Qinshu shook his head. "If you don't have a reservation, I'm willing to pay double the money and add another seat." The receptionist was stunned. Double the price, that would mean a net profit of more than 100,000 yuan. She didn't dare to make a decision and called her boss immediately. Ping, the owner of Shuan Pavilion, walked out. His slightly raised head showed that he was a proud man. However, Lin Qinshu now possesses a deadly weapon to deal with proud people, that is, money. Sir, I'm sorry, but we have fully booked for today. Even if you are willing to pay double the price, I can't make an exception. Some things cannot be bought with money, just like the rules of my Shuan Pavilion. No matter how rich you are, you can't break them. Ping had an arrogant look on his face, as if he came out this time just to reject him in person and slap the faces of those who thought money could solve everything. Ding! It is detected that their host is being despised. How can the rich man endure such humiliation? Option 1, today's dinner must be eaten at Shuan Pavilion, and it must be the best set meal, and the reward is 1 billion cash. Choice 2, beat up the Shuan Pavilion boss in front of you and get a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs as a reward. Damn, who are you mocking? Anyone would know which one to choose between the silver handcuffs and 1 billion yuan. Originally, seeing that the other party was not affected by the money, Lin Qinshu was ready to leave. Who knew that the system would suddenly pop up and release a task? This was the first time that two tasks existed at the same time, and there was also a task about Ye Mengxi's happiness index that had not been completed. But what exactly is Ping saying to humiliate people? Is this dog system too sensitive? When Lin Qinshu saw the 1 billion yuan reward, he immediately made up his mind to complete the task at all costs. It was 1 billion yuan at that time, so he couldn't go against the money. Ahem, boss Shen, I'll pay 100 million to buy your Shuan Pavilion. I only have one request, I want one more table tonight. Ping's pupils shrank slightly when he heard that. 100 million. Although I have invested tens of millions here, the business has not been very good recently. It was fully booked today because it is the weekend. On weekdays, at most 3 tables are booked. Although there are many rich people in Shanghai, the transportation here is not very convenient. There will be traffic jams at meal times, and the traffic jams will last for a long time. The price offered by Lin Qinshu made him struggle internally. If he transferred 100 million to Lin Qinshu, he could make up for all his efforts and losses during this period, and he could also earn tens of millions. Ping gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, this Shuan Pavilion is my hard work, it cannot be measured by money. You don't have to say anything more. The rules cannot be broken. Please. 200 million. Lin Qinshu interrupted him directly and added another 100 million. This was the final price he could offer. Shuan Pavilion is not worth 200 million at all, and there is only more than 200 million left in Lin Qinshu's card. If the other party does not agree, it means that it is no longer a matter of money, and he can only give up this task. Deal. Ping agreed immediately. If you hesitate at 100 million, it means you still want to fight for your career dream. If you still hesitate at 200 million, you are a fool. What dream can be worth 200 million? Lin Qinshu was stunned by how quickly he agreed. The other party was so arrogant that he was ready to give up the task, but he agreed right away. Boss, please come in. I'll go prepare the contract and the private room. Ping showed a flattering smile on his face. Lin Qinshu pulled Ye Mengxi, who was already confused, and when he passed by Ping, he reached out and patted his shoulder. I still like the rebellious look you had just now. When Ping heard this, he immediately straightened his back, the smile on his face disappeared, and he followed Lin Qinshu into Shuan Pavilion. Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 200 million just to take me to have a meal here. In the private room, Ye Mengxi still couldn't believe what she had just experienced. She was even wondering whether they were talking about money or happy beans. Since I promised you to come here for dinner, I can't go back on my word. It's just 200 million. As long as you're happy, that's enough. Lin Qinshu's heart was bleeding, but as long as the meal was over, his 200 million would become 1 billion. Thinking of this, he didn't seem so sad. Senior, you are so nice to me. Let's not eat anymore and go back. Ye Mengxi pulled Lin Qinshu and was about to leave. Lin Qinshu pulled her into his arms and whispered, "Listen to me, enjoy the food here. If it's as delicious as the rumors say, it's worth spending 200 million just to have a good meal with you. It won't take long to earn it back, don't worry." He didn't know whether he could make money here. As long as the task was completed, he would make 800 million yuan. He didn't care whether Shuan Pavilion lived or died, so he would not let Ye Mengxi leave no matter what. Chapter 31, Manchu Han Banquet. As long as I tell Ye Mengxi that this is just my investment idea and that I am also taking her out for a meal, she probably won't clamor to leave. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Ye Mengxi sat back in her original seat obediently, feeling deeply moved. At this time, Xingping also walked in wearing a chef's uniform. Boss Xing is actually a chef. Will Boss Xing be the chef for the next meal? Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xingping himself was the chef of Shuan Pavilion. Xingping smiled proudly and said, I am not talented. I am the head chef of Shuan Pavilion. I have won the title of Michelin 3-star chef. I am also the only chef in China who can prepare a complete and independent Manchu Han banquet. These words shocked Lin Qinshu. It turned out that Xingping was so awesome. No wonder he was so arrogant. Mr. Lin, let's put the contract aside for now. Xingping will prepare dinner for you tonight. Xingping clapped his hands. The waiter outside the door came with an ice bucket with 2 bottles of red wine in it. This is 1982 Lafite. 2 bottles are specially prepared for you. The red wine was originally sold for 300,000 yuan in the store. Today, the new boss arrived and I gave it to you specially. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He spent 200 million to buy this Shuan Pavilion, and everything in it should belong to him. Xingping was borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, but the flowers he borrowed were his own flowers, and he finally gave them to himself. Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, Stop talking nonsense and serve the food. Xingping smiled awkwardly, he really was using someone else's but as a cover. Serve the food. The door of the private room opened, and dozens of waiters appeared outside, each holding a basin in their hands. The waiter who had just brought the ice bucket also poured out 2 glasses of red wine and placed them in front of Lin Qinshu and the other man. The first waiter placed the plate on the table and took off the lid. The dish on the plate was steaming, but Lin Qinshu couldn't tell what it was. Chef Shen, please introduce it. Xingping's whole body suddenly radiated confidence. This is the first dish, steamed lamb. Shuan Pavilion will prepare a full banquet on weekends. Because it takes a long time, it is only prepared once a week. It was originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, but since you are here today, I will serve it to you. A full banquet. There are more than 100 dishes. Even if he and Ye Mengxi were to eat together, they wouldn't be able to taste so many dishes. Don't worry, these are small portions, because the Manchu Han banquet can accommodate many people, and those who come to Shuan Pavilion are not the type to dine with many people, so I only made small portions of this dish, you can eat slowly. Xingping seemed to have guessed Lin Qinshu's thoughts and hurriedly explained. Even if you eat these dishes slowly, you can't finish all 108 dishes. However, Lin Qinshu has only heard of the Manchu Han banquet, so he is happy to try it even if he can't finish it. Lin Qinshu invited Ye Mengxi to join him, drinking red wine and eating the Manchu Han banquet. The 1982 Lafite tasted good, but not as good as the Romanée Conti from Yeneuviller. The two of them could not eat any more after the 30th dish, so Lin Qinshu could only ask Xingping to pack up the leftovers and send them to number 1 Yeneuviller, where his 7 maids were. Instead of wasting the food, he might as well pack it up and give it to them. Ye Mengxi was so full that she couldn't stand up. Lin Qinshu followed Xingping to his office to sign the contract. After signing the transfer, Xingping smiled flatteringly and said, Boss, we have fireworks here. Do you want to set off some fireworks? Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up immediately. Fireworks are girls' favorite thing. Maybe it can increase their happiness index. However, the only place to set off fireworks nearby is inside Shuan Pavilion, so if you want to watch them, you have to look up, which is very tiring for your neck. Xingping then suggested, the best place to watch the fireworks here is the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel across the street. From the huge floor-to-ceiling windows there, you can see the entire sky. I have booked the presidential suite, you can go there to rest. Lin Qinshu gave him a look that said, you are very sensible. No wonder Xingping had been smiling so meanly since just now. Xingping is the chef here, so Shuan Pavilion was finally managed by him. In order to keep him, Lin Qinshu also gave him 30% of the shares. Xingping and others then sold 70% of Shuan Pavilion's shares for 200 million. Xingping invested 30 million in Shuan Pavilion. With the operating expenses and the initial profits, the capital has actually been mostly recovered. However, if this situation continues, it may result in losses. Lin Qinshu's takeover has made him a net profit of 200 million. At the same time, in the Magic City Bank, Chen Shanshan was sorting out some information and was called to the office by Wu Xiugang. "Xiao Chen, the amount of money in your private bank fluctuates a bit. You just spent 200 million, and now there is only more than 80 million left. Do you want to talk to Mr. Lin about it? If it is less than 50 million, then you can't run this private bank," Wu Xiugang said earnestly. Within a day, Lin Qinshu had spent more than 200 million of the 300 million. "I originally thought he was a big customer, but if this continues, Lin Qinshu will no longer be a big customer." Chen Shanshan didn't know what to do. It was his money, so how he spent it was his business. How could she interfere? "Xiao Chen, you haven't officially got the job yet. If you only have this amount of deposit, you may not be able to qualify for this position. Do you want to talk to Mr. Lin and ask him to think of a way to keep your job?" Wu Xiugang continued to persuade. "President Wu, I will communicate with Mr. Lin. I'll go out first." Chen Shanshan bit her lip and went out. After taking out her mobile phone and hesitating for a while, she dialed Lin Qinshu's number. At this moment, Lin Qinshu was just about to leave Xingping's office. When he saw Chen Shanshan's call, he was a little confused. Why would this woman call him? "Good evening, classmate Lin. Have you eaten?" Chen Shanshan didn't know how to start the conversation and was wondering whether she should make an appointment to meet up and talk. "I have already eaten." "Miss Shanshan, you are not still working overtime, are you?" Lin Qinshu felt confused when he heard the awkward greeting from the other side. Chen Shanshan gritted her teeth and said, "It's like this. I noticed that your bank account fluctuated a lot, so I wanted to ask if you encountered any problems." After Chen Shanshan said this, Lin Qinshu immediately understood the meaning of the call. It should be because he transferred too much money, and the bank put pressure on Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan was a young girl who had just entered society and did not dare to say anything openly. "I'm sorry, but I happened to have an investment today and I needed a lot of money. I guess Wu Xiugang put pressure on you. Don't worry, I will help you solve the problem right away." Lin Qinshu remembered that his mission had been completed and the reward should be coming soon, so Chen Shanshan's problem was solved. Chapter 32, Capture Ye Mengxi. "No, classmate Lin, I just wanted to ask if you have eaten. I wanted to treat you to a meal as a way of repaying you. I don't have any other intentions," Chen Shanshan explained quickly. Lin Qinshu did not expose her. He chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shanshan felt much calmer. She didn't know why, but Lin Qinshu's casual words could give her a great sense of security. Ding! Congratulations to their host for completing the Shuan Pavilion dining mission. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 1 billion yuan, and the balance is 1,082,369,053 yuan. Lin Qinshu had just hung up the phone when the system's moving prompt sounded. Wu Xiugang of Shanghai Bank was sitting in front of his computer in a daze when he suddenly saw $1 billion flowing into an account. Wu Xiugang quickly sat up and wiped his eyes. After confirming that he was not mistaken, he quickly printed out the appointment letter and ran to Chen Shanshan's new office. In fact, the appointment order had been approved long ago, otherwise Lin Qinshu would not have received the task reward. He just wanted to use Chen Shanshan to get more funds from the other party. As soon as Chen Shanshan returned to the office and sat down, she saw Wu Xiugang rushing in with a piece of paper. "President Wu, what are you doing?" Chen Shanshan looked at Wu Xiugang, who was in a hurry, and asked in confusion. Wu Xiugang calmed down his heavy breathing and showed a hypocritical smile on his face. "Xiao Chen, I was just joking just now. Your appointment order has been issued a long time ago. I just wanted to scare you for fun. Here, this is your appointment letter. Sign it and you will be the financial director of the Lujiazhu branch of Shanghai Bank. Remember to say hello to Mr. Lin for me." Wu Xiugang put down the appointment letter and left the office, leaving Chen Shanshan confused. When Chen Shanshan turned on her computer, the bank's internal website showed that her client had transferred 1 billion yuan a minute ago. Chen Shanshan then understood why Wu Xiugang suddenly changed his attitude. A man who could transfer 1 billion yuan at any time was a big client that even the president of the head office would want to win over. Chen Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but think of what Lin Qinshu had just said to reassure her. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Qinshu, "Thank you." Lin Qinshu took a look at the message and put his phone away. The 1 billion tasks were completed, and there was still one happiness task left. It was the first time that Lin Qinshu felt so powerless about a mission. The full banquet, plus a series of operations, finally increased Ye Mengxi's sense of happiness by 2 points. "I barely reached level 70, and I still have 20 happiness points to complete the task. It's too difficult." Ye Mengxi in the private room had a dazed look in his eyes at this time. The after effects of the red wine were still quite strong, and Ye Mengxi had never drunk alcohol before. Lin Qinshu helped her out of Shuan Pavilion, handed the car keys to Xingping, and asked him to drive the car to the Bulgari hotel opposite. He and Ye Mengxi got into Shuan Pavilion's Rolls-Royce shuttle bus. "Senior, I'm so happy." In the car, Ye Mengxi put her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck, as if she knew what was going to happen next. Her face was flushed, and it was unclear whether it was because of drinking or because of something she was thinking about. Lin Qinshu stretched out his finger and scratched her upturned nose bridge. "I have another surprise for you later. Don't fall asleep yet." Ye Mengxi perked up, and the car soon arrived at the Bulgari Hotel on the other side of the Shuan Pavilion artificial lake. After Lin Qinshu reported his name, someone took them to the presidential suite. This was Lin Qinshu's first time entering the presidential suite. The waiter was about to introduce the room space layout and facilities, but was directly driven out by Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu carried Ye Mengxi in a princess hug and took her directly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Opposite the floor-to-ceiling window was the Shuan Pavilion where they had just had dinner. He first turned off the lights in the room, then came to Ye Mengxi and made a phone call. "You can start now." Ye Mengxi looked at the busy Lin Qinshu in confusion. This was the idea that Lin Qinshu came up with when Xingping mentioned fireworks just now. "Since money doesn't work, let us return to sincerity and romance. Sometimes it's like this, when you don't have money, all others ask of you is money. When you have money, it's up to you to decide whether you are romantic enough." After the call ended, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the Shuan Pavilion opposite and headed straight for the sky, spreading out at high altitude. The fireworks filled the sky and lit up the entire sky. This was the surprise that Lin Qinshu had prepared for her. "How beautiful!" Ye Mengxi murmured involuntarily. Lin Qinshu came behind her and hugged her, and the two of them stood there watching the fireworks on the other side of the river. They lasted for more than 10 minutes before they ended. At this time, Lin Qinshu finally heard the system prompt sound that he wanted to hear. Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index plus 18, now the happiness index is 88 points. It's 88 points now, just 2 points left to complete. It seems that Ye Mengxi is an emotional person. Lin Qinshu spent so much money but the result was just a few increases. With the setting off of some cheap fireworks and the environment, the two of them snuggled up to each other and their points instantly soared by 18 points. Ye Mengxi looked at Lin Qinshu with burning eyes. "Senior, I love you." Two figures hugged each other tightly in the sky full of fireworks. This night, no words. Early in the morning, Lin Qinshu was awakened by an itch on his nose. He opened his eyes and found that it was Ye Mengxi who was holding her long hair and gently brushing it across his face. What came into view was Ye Mengxi's playful smile. Lin Qinshu hugged her lovingly and said, "You got up so early. You were so tired last night. Can't you sleep a little longer?" Ye Mengxi buried her head in Lin Qinshu's arms. "Senior, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. I'm so happy and blessed." Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index plus 3, now the happiness index is 91 points. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have completed the task of increasing Ye Mengxi's happiness index, and will be rewarded with martial arts proficiency. A large amount of information about martial arts quickly flooded into Lin Qinshu's brain, and the muscles all over his body seemed to be filled with memories of those martial arts. "I didn't expect that I had completed the task just by waking up in the morning." Lin Qinshu was still wondering whether he had to wait until he bought the house today to add these 2 points to the happiness index. Maybe for Ye Mengxi, it is a very happy thing to see the person she likes as soon as she opens her eyes in the morning. To use a phrase that I don't know who said it to, happiness is something you give yourself. When you are a contented person, it is easier to feel happy. On the contrary, if you are an unsatisfied person, like a bottomless pit, then no matter how many good things happen, you will not feel happy. Their mission was accomplished and they should have celebrated, but Ye Mengxi, who was experiencing this for the first time, couldn't stand it, so Lin Qinshu had to give up. I called the hotel to send breakfast, then got up and washed up. Chapter 33 Campus Forum is boiling. Ye Mengxi was not able to move around easily, so Lin Qinshu carried her around the whole time. I didn't look closely at the presidential suite last night, but now I see that there is a long distance from the room to the door. It is worthy of being a presidential suite that costs $188,000 a night. It has everything you need, including an entertainment room. Unfortunately, he only needed a room and a bed. After eating and drinking, the waiter returned the car keys to him. Lin Qinshu helped Ye Mengxi, who had some difficulty walking, into the car. They were originally going to buy a house today, but Ye Mengxi's condition was not suitable for running around. And because Ye Mengxi was overworked last night, she kept yawning, so Lin Qinshu had no choice but to send her back to school. I'm sorry, Senior. I'm useless and ruined your fun. Ye Mengxi said self-reproachfully. Originally, Lin Qinshu said he would take her to buy a house today, but now because of her health problem, he had to cancel the trip. What nonsense are you talking about? It's my fault that you've become like this. Just have a good rest. We can go again after you've rested well. Lin Qinshu rubbed her drooped head. Lin Qinshu and the other person chatted in the car for a while before Ye Mengxi reluctantly got out. He also left school and returned to Villa. Since Ye Mengxi was not around, he took the trouble to visit the property himself. He just needed to return to Villa and let Li Qing take charge. At this time, a huge uproar broke out in the campus forum of Shanghai Jietong University. The fact that the new campus beauty Ye Mengxi left school in a luxury car worth 100 million yuan has become a big gossip circulating among the school. Many clickbait headlines also emerged. Shock. The new school beauty goddess was defeated by poison. Horrible. The appearance of poison makes the school beauty fall. The new money-loving campus beauty of Jietong University. The super rich man arrives. Recruits the campus belles. One article after another was posted on the campus network with pictures. The pictures were taken when Lin Qinshu and Ye Mengxi were drawing the silk. Hey, why does this guy look familiar? Now that you mention it, it seems familiar to me. Fuck. Isn't this the beast in our class? What? One of the 4 generals of the best dormitory is a loser beast. Isn't this beast from an ordinary family? I heard that he was just dumped by his girlfriend because she was poor, and now he's driving a luxury car. Maybe he rented it. Goddess Yi, he's a fake rich man, you must not be fooled by him. Rent? A Lamborghini Veneno worth hundreds of millions, rent it to me and see. The comments on the forum caused a huge uproar, with all kinds of sarcastic remarks frequently appearing. No one believed that a loser like Lin Qinshu could drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. At this time, Ye Mengxi was also surrounded by her 3 good girlfriends in the same dormitory. The 3 of them surrounded her with frowns on their faces. They had sensed something was wrong from the way Ye Mengxi walked in. Meng, you didn't come back last night and you're in this state today. You wouldn't. Ron Qingqing was a little worried about Ye Mengxi's answer. Ye Mengxi nodded shyly. This scene was like a bolt from the blue for the other 3. Meng, you are confused. Even if that guy is really a rich second generation, you give yourself to him so quickly, he will dump you in a minute. Yao Jingjing slapped her forehead, looking as if she was disappointed in her child. Yes, and we haven't heard you talk about this person. Why are you suddenly with him? Did he drug you? Wang Ying was also puzzled. I have liked my senior for a long time, but I didn't tell you, and I was the one who took the initiative. When I liked him, he was not yet the senior who drove a luxury car. Ye Mengxi explained to her girlfriends. The 3 of them sighed at the same time when they heard this. Such a beautiful schoolgirl actually fell for such a man. If they had this kind of capital, they would definitely be surrounded by flowers. Everyone on the forum is saying that you are materialistic. It looks like you will be eliminated from your position as the school belle soon. Wang Ying looked at the wailing on the forum. Yes, the 4 campus beauties were voted for by everyone because they were single. Now you are not single and you are making a lot of noise, so you will definitely be eliminated. Yao Jingjing was also flipping through her phone. Ye Mengxi curled her lips and said, I don't want to be the school belle. I never wanted to be one. I just want to be the senior's little woman. Ron Qingqing and the other 2 girls sighed. At room 1, Villa, Lin Qinshu was lying on the massage bed, enjoying the massage from Xie Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly my phone vibrated with messages. I didn't know who sent me a bunch of messages. Lin Qinshu picked it up and saw that it was sent by Fan Jinxiang in the group. Fan Jinxiang, holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Xie Liu, did you take the wrong medicine? Fan Jinxiang, it's obscene. Go and take a look at the article pinned to the top of the campus forum. Xie Liu, holy shit. Is that a beast? Fan Jinxiang, I didn't expect that the beast could actually get the school beauty. A beautiful flower was stuck in cow dung. Lin Qinshu, I don't allow you to say Meng Meng is cow dung. Fan Jinxiang, I'm talking about you. Fan Jinxiang posted a picture showing his middle finger. Xie Liu, Lamborghini Venom. Beast, what's wrong with that car? You are not really some invisible rich man. Lin Qinshu, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I won't pretend anymore. I am a billionaire and I'm going to reveal my cards. Fan Jinxiang, damn. Your thighs are so thick, why don't you let me hug you earlier? Lin Qinshu, I told you yesterday that the person in the car was me, but you didn't believe me. Xie Liu, where is the shamelessness? He should be the first one to jump out in this situation, why is he so quiet? Fan Jinxiang, yes, if that shameless guy knew that the beast was a super rich man, he would have jumped out to acknowledge the thief as his father long ago. How come there is no movement? I'll give him a call. Lin Qinshu put down his phone, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. It was amazing that the two women had learned how to loosen up their muscles after the training. Although his physical condition had improved, he felt more relaxed and even a little drowsy under the massage techniques of the two women. Just when Lin Qinshu was about to do something, his phone rang again. Lin Qinshu could only take his hands back and wanted to curse in his heart. He could only pull his hand away to pick up the phone beside him. Beast, something happened. Something happened to Wushame. Fan Jinxiang said anxiously. Lin Qinshu quickly sat up and said, what's wrong? What happened? Fan Jinxiang's voice sounded a little anxious, and he seemed to be running as well. I just called and a stranger answered the phone. Wuji was blocked at his workplace and they want all three of us to go over or they'll break his legs. It seems like it was Li Qianzong's group from last night. I don't know how they found Wuji.